Hello.
You're being crazy.
Let's see. Hello.
You're being crazy.
Yep. Audio's good. Yes. Welcome to the nobody who's in here right now. We're going to talk about
Rude.
things. We got Sammy. Sammy's here.
Shut up. Shut
Sorry.
up. You don't use my dumb fuck.
That's my mistake. I'm usually very good about that.
You're going to have to delete that.
Well, nobody's in here anyway. So.
Yeah, but you're recording your dumb.
Yeah, I'll delete that portion of the VOD. No worries. Steele is here. Say hello, Steele.
Hello.
How's it going?
Who, me? I'm good. I'm good, except for you naming me. But otherwise, it's fantastic.
Yeah. I know that was my bad. But maybe stop.
Wait, is this Jordan? Wait. Time out. Is this the only person I know here, Jordan? The one and only?
Yeah, and Steele.
Bro, I've been talking to Steve lately, bro. Me and him have been going pretty much well together.
I'm glad.
We've been doing what?
Like, talking together, like, like casually, nothing like I'm not trying to like say something, I don't know, like weird. Like, just having conversations in politics and all that stuff. That's what I try to mean, but my English, some people interpret my English wrong. So it comes as a misunderstanding. I don't mean that way, sorry.
No worries. It's also interpret my English wrong.
What did you say?
Don't worry about it. So how you been, Jordy?
I'm good. I'm very good.
You're still streaming now or what?
I'm streaming right now as we speak.
That's nice. What do you want? Some sort of medal for your stream?
Yes.
I can give you 1 nickel.
Yeah, that's okay. Keep your nickel.
Well, it's a medal. If I put a string on it, it's a medal.
Yeah, but then you have to drill a hole in it. Seems like a lot of work.
Well, that's my work. No?
I mean, I guess. That's your call.
Yeah. You get a nickel medal. You get a silver dollar when you reach 1,000 concurrent watchers on your stream.
Okay. That'll be a while. But hey, Candy, I knew that would get you in.
Talking about intimidating.
I told her to come in. She said, "Oh, I saw you and Steele in there. I figured you guys were doing your thing." And I was like, "Oh, come on in. We just got started. Don't be intimidated." And I knew that would get you right in here.
Yeah, don't be intimidated.
I'm not intimidated by none of y'all. Why would I be intimidated?
Yeah, because I'm very threatening.
Very.
You're very threatening. I thought still last time you were on my side because we agreed on the Jordan cult, vanilla cult thing.
Ridiculous. Steele has no side.
Yes,
I'm on my side.
I thought we was a team.
Hey,
You see, Candy, I'm always on my side.
What's up, buddy?
Unreliable.
You just have to be on my side and we'll be on the same side. And if you're on my side, you'll be on the winning side.
I'm always on your side. I got your back.
Mo's trying to say something. What's up, bud?
What's your input about like Israel now when they halted the aid for Gaza?
Yeah, I don't like that. I've been consistent on that through the whole war. I do not like when they halt the aid. I don't like the rhetoric about moving everybody out of Gaza. Yeah. But, this is what I expected. I expected this shit to happen if Trump was elected. I knew it was going to get worse.
Or trying to, what's it called? Trying like to buy Gaza, but like you kind of realize.
No.
You
He's
kind of
trying
like
to
realize
Ethnically cleanse Gaza.
Not buy Gaza.
ethnically cleanse Gaza, but no deaths, no casualties, basically. Like buying.
Well, I don't know about that.
Well, you see, the thing is, when a power is trying to ethnically cleanse
people are
piece of land, people have a tendency to resist. And when people have a tendency to resist, soldiers have a tendency to shoot.
Yeah, it's a bad
Sickening.
thing. It's not good. It's not a good outlook right now. Don't feel good.
Well, don't worry. You can't fight the war because you're being bankrupted by Trump anyway. So.
Who's being bankrupted by
still
Trump?
Printing those sweet dollars for expansions on military spending, so I don't know if you're right.
Yeah, but if you don't bring in your tax revenue, how are you going to ensure that your deficit doesn't shoot to the moon?
I think it's cute that you think they actually care about that.
Oh no, it's not that they care about it, but you're going to be downgraded to a BBB rating rather than a AAA rating on your credit.
I mean, if I would say
and
that
then
people
you
keep
might
offloading treasury bonds, yeah, but it doesn't seem like that's continuing right now. But we'll see.
Oh, don't worry. It will.
Yeah, we'll see.
Inshallah, it will.
Why did he leave? Why does he do that? Why did he do that in the middle of the conversation?
Because he found something more interesting.
Didn't agree with so much with what he was saying.
I don't think we were saying anything. We were kind of. I mean, so.
No. I don't think you were attacking him. I don't think you said anything wrong. I'm just saying, some people, maybe because they were expecting a certain response and they didn't get the response they expected. I don't know.
He's Middle Eastern, so he's very pro-Palestine.
Yeah, no, he just found something he found more interesting. He has a bit of ADHD.
Yeah, he'll jump in and out like that sometimes.
So are you on my side still?
I'm on my side.
I can't count on you to be on my side. I got your back.
If you're on my side...
I am on your side.
If you're on my side, we're on the same side.
Are you on my side?
Wow.
But
you're on my side.
This is a mute.
If you're on my side, yes. It's very simple. If you're on my side, we agree.
Typical, no loyalty over here.
And on my stream too. Unbelievable.
What do you mean unbelievable? This happens on your stream.
Yeah, I know. This is what I signed up for, I guess.
I know. I wanted to talk about something today.
Okay.
And for the life of me, I went blank and I cannot fucking remember what the fuck it was.
We got 4 hours, so you got plenty of time to remember it. So yeah, when you remember it, let me know. What?
What?
What'd you say?
I didn't say anything. Oh, have you guys seen the governor of California's new podcast?
Yes.
Yes.
You're a few days late on that one.
Well, he has more. He has several. He's had a lot of people on.
Oh, I haven't watched.
Oh, he started. No, he just started. He had Gavin Newsom, and then now I think it's Gavin.
Yes, his name is Gavin Newsom. He had himself on.
Oh my god. Not Gavin Newsom.
Oh, Steve
That guy.
Bannon. Oh shit!
Steve
Wow,
Bannon.
that's brave.
Actually, hold on, hold
Yeah.
on.
So first
What's
he
the name
had
of the first
Charlie
guy?
Kirk on.
It's Kirk. That guy,
Yeah,
Kirk.
and then
And
he
then
had
now you
Steve
have Steve,
Bannon on.
which is weird because both Kirk and Bannon, when you watch the stream, if you watch it, they seem very normal on the fucking podcast. Bannon is not behaving like he normally does,
Huh.
even though
And
he
Newsom
Yeah.
wasn't really pushing him too hard either.
he kind of did, but Bannon was kind of like more aggressive.
Yeah.
So like he
I
tried to,
want to see
but then he
if
would just
Newsom's gonna make a real run for the presidency. He needs to be able to like push on people in these situations, but also like he has to ride the line because if he pushes too hard, they're not gonna want to come on the show. But
Oh, don't worry. He's gonna be like all the other grifters on the left to right pipeline, like Mr. What's his face? What's his name? Fucking gay dude that was on the Young Turks.
people
I,
judge.
oh, Dave Rubin.
No. Dave Rubin, there we go.
You think Newsom is gonna end up like Dave Rubin and he's gonna turn into like a Trumper?
Maybe.
No. I just think he's trying to figure out the tone of his podcast and how he wants to do it. And I think it would be smart of him to like engage in debate, but like not aggressive
a
debate.
Bet from so we're gonna place a bet 5 years down the line. Gavin
Newsom's
Newsom's
gonna be like a MAGA type. Yeah, I'll take that bet.
No, he's gonna be like a grifter alt-right type.
Yeah, I'll take that bet.
The problem with is
he's the
$20.
liberal governor of California. He's not, what?
$20.
Problem with that. Well, that doesn't mean anything. But the problem with that is that he hasn't really kind of set the tone on what his podcast is going to be about. And so far, he's been giving a platform to the right.
Well, yeah.
So
I don't care about that. He should be, but he should be like debating with them, right? That's what he should be doing,
right.
But not in like an aggressive way.
Which would make more sense.
The reason I assess it to be like this is because all lefty American commentators, essentially all of them, barring fucking nuts, terrorist supporter, and weird hair man.
Well, I think that if that's the way he's going, that's fine and that's good because if he brings people from the left, they're just gonna have a podcast agreeing with each other. Oh yeah, that's what I think.
Well,
he should agree.
I mean, like sometimes he should bring on people from the left, but
I don't know. I don't know if he should because it's just gonna be like, yeah, I agree, and then gonna be like, yeah,
if you're holding.
And then this one's gonna make a point. He's like, yeah, I agree with that point. Like, it's just gonna be too agreeable. It's almost like I'm gonna tell you what, like the VP debate, where you know what I mean. They should have went in there throwing punches, and they were like very agreeable, and everybody was like kind of confused. Like, really? Like, I don't know. I think he should.
No.
Not everything has to be fireworks.
The thing is, right? So like the
no,
thing
no,
is,
not fight.
Hang on.
The thing is,
let's Steele get his point out.
So if Gavin Newsom were to bring people from the left, he would disagree with them equally, right? Because he is a center.
Center left.
He's more of a moderate.
Yeah.
Like he's further right than the leftists that we're talking about, right?
Yeah.
So there would be this.
We're talking about like
well.
leftists. He should bring them
right,
on.
I think he would agree with most of them. In most cases,
Depends on what they're talking about.
Because he even agreed with Charlie Kirk. So if he could agree with Charlie Kirk, he could agree with leftists.
No, so if the leftists were to go, hey, I think we should not test for if people are trans in sports, he would go, "No, I think that is unfair."
Yeah.
But he already did
Is-
that with Charlie Kirk. Why would
He
he
agreed with Charlie Kirk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he
So
would
if a
argue with
leftist-
leftists on that.
Yeah.
But why would you continue to argue on leftists on something he already agreed on?
What?
If he
No,
already
he did.
agreed with Charlie
So he
Kirk,
would disagree
that's
with
not
the
good.
leftist
That's-
because he
he
agreed
didn't
with
say it
Kirk.
wasn't good. He said it was
Okay,
problematic.
Candy,
he agreed-
listen. With Charlie Kirk said we should be making sure there aren't trans people in sports. The way we do that is with testing. Newsom said, I agree. The leftist position is against
He
that.
said, I do find it problematic. As a father with sons and daughters, he finds it problematic. He never said, yeah, we should do testing.
Okay, maybe not about testing, but he finds it problematic to have trans people in sports. Leftists are going to disagree with that.
So he did actually agree with the testing. He found it essentially, for lack of a better word, icky to like, because he's always been a supporter of the LGBTQ whatever, and he doesn't like separating people, but he does agree that it's not fair having
Right, it's problematic,
previously.
but that's what he said. It's problematic, but he's always been a person for LGBT, and he doesn't want people who are already marginalized being targeted even more.
Yeah, but
That's
he
what
did say that he would support testing.
I don't know if he said anything about
I'm
testing.
looking at the transcript
thought
right now.
I heard him say it, but and I thought you said leftist is like all the way to the left.
Yeah, leftist is like far left.
Right. So wouldn't a leftist agree with that?
A leftist
No.
would not agree with that. A leftist would say no testing. There shouldn't be any rules. You should let trans people.
Yeah, trans women are women.
Right.
Period.
Which is like fine. Like from a gender identity perspective, I agree. Trans women are.
Oh no.
Right?
Their position is on the biological.
But I was
going to
say, from a biological perspective, that's not really true. Now, in a social spaces, I don't think that really matters. I don't really give a shit, right? Let people be who they want to be. I don't care. But if you're talking about, competition, I think there can be real problems there. Now, I've heard some interesting arguments on the other side that I think are worth considering as well lately. So, like, for example, there are some naturally born women who have inherent advantages over other women. Michael Phelps, for example, was born with inherent advantages over other men. So, like, these are things to consider, and the conversation is definitely kind of muddied and a bit confusing. But right now, kind of where I stand is, like, probably not. I'd have to see a lot of evidence that those differences are large enough and common enough that it would justify allowing people with an inherent biological advantage like that entering.
So my position would be just test everyone and categorize them based on their test results. In the sense
of having a
of
debate on this?
Their hormone.
We're having a conversation about Gavin Newsom and the stuff that he's.
Well, we can do both, Candy.
Right.
Yeah, we are currently reading Gavin Newsom's transcript. Or Jordan is, rather.
Yeah, so I have it pulled up in front of me. Why, do you want to chime in, Candy, on your opinion?
No.
Nope. Why not?
Nope. Anyway, my position is test everyone. Whatever their hormone levels are, you categorize them by that. And we will have some interesting results because we'll have some men competing with some women because they have the same hormone levels.
Yeah. Interesting. Candy, what were you going to say?
I wasn't going to say anything.
Oh. Not interested in chiming in on this topic, huh?
Not really, no.
Okay.
I don't think it's a problem because it's not like we have a thousand athletes, trans athletes out there,
It is a very
competing
small
against
issue.
women.
That is
It's
true.
a
It's not
Yes.
a
very
lot of
tiny,
people.
it's
Yeah,
not.
but like to prevent it from being a big issue, you nip it in the butt today.
Bud.
I
Bud.
don't
It's
think it's
nip it in the
necessary.
bud.
Whatever. Or whatever. English not my first language.
No, I agree.
Can you say Sjöräddningssällskapet?
No,
Right.
don't do that to me
Goblet?
right
Of
now.
what? Goblet?
It was a word in Swedish I was trying to say earlier,
I know.
and of course I butchered it like a fool.
I know. I'm just not.
Okay, so there's legal principles that allow trans athletes in women's sports, but the issue of fairness is completely legit. Daniel in chat laughed, nip it in the butt. So I completely align with you, and we've got to own that. We've got to acknowledge it. I don't say that through the prism of politics because you disagree with same-sex marriage on principle. And by the way, I value the fact that you're not trying to walk away from that principle but historically, I am in the minority of it. Yeah, in the minority, and I don't want to walk away from this principle because it's electoral, but it's an issue of fairness, and I think Democrats have lost that. Green, it's easy to call out fairness as humiliating, grace, support. Talk down to vulnerable communities, an issue I have a hard time with as well. Both things I can hold in my hand. I don't know if I see anything specifically about testing yet. $2. I have a daughter, 2, and a wife that went, God forbid, to Stanford and played on the junior national soccer team. A guy who got into college only because he was left-handed could throw a baseball a little bit or hit the ball for a little bit. Sorry for sports, and so the issue of fairness is completely legit. And I saw that last couple of years. Boy, did I see how you guys were able to weaponize that issue at another level.
Okay, maybe he just said the fairness aspect.
Yeah, I don't think he mentioned testing. Candy, I think you're right about that.
But to be fair, that would be the logical conclusion.
I mean, maybe. Maybe not. I don't know. I don't really know. Right? I'm like not an expert on this topic. Wow, Candy, I see you chatting in the anything else chat. You're double dipping right now. Thought I wouldn't see that, huh?
What's the anything else chat?
Destiny stream.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Things I wanted to talk about today. So,
did you see Trump turning the lawn of the White House into a Tesla dealership?
I did see that. Yeah, I'll talk about that in a second. Daniel, I am, but I'm just keeping the chat open. I actually don't have the audio on. So CPI, for shame, Candy, for shame. Inflation cooled slightly in February. Markets responded, I guess, by our relative metrics positively by essentially evening out and not, tanking again today. So that's good. However, there were some drops after closing, so we'll see those tomorrow morning. Unfortunately, though, for outlook long term, the impacts of the tariffs have not been calculated yet into this latest inflation data. So we have yet to see how that's going to affect things. But yes, inflation.
When you're done, I have a topic when you're done.
Oh,
not the topic I was thinking of, but go ahead.
Okay. So inflation February rose 2.8 on an annual basis, slightly lower than economists had forecast, but continuing to signal that price hikes remain elevated despite the Federal Reserve's effort to tame inflation to a 2% annual rate. So we're still a little bit high. And since, the effects of the tariffs haven't really started being seen, we can't really account for that in these latest inflation numbers. But at least because of that, the markets sort of evened out a little bit. The NASDAQ was up. And that's good. We were able to taper off another major sell-off day. But we're still in extreme fear driving the U.S. market. Candy, what's up? What did you want to talk about?
Sorry, I have to mute.
She's the Secretary of Education.
The guy, they want to revoke his citizenship because he was leading the protest in college.
Yeah.
He's not a citizen. He has a green card.
Yeah, he's green card. He's not. Yeah.
He has a green card and he's married to an American woman.
Yeah.
Right. He's a citizen. He's a full-on citizen, but now they want to take away.
He's not a citizen.
He is a citizen.
No, he's not a citizen. He's married to a citizen. He has a green card.
Yeah.
There's a difference?
Yes.
Yes. He is a legal resident of the U.S.
Yeah, so he's allowed to work here. He's allowed to live here, but he's not yet a citizen. He's probably on the path to citizenship. But...
Yeah. The concern is the president has no power to revoke anyone's green card status. So.
Sleepy Joe says deport his ass. A lot of people are saying that. I can see arguments for that. I can see arguments against it from like a free speech perspective. I feel like I don't... I need to like spend more time researching the issue. Because all I'm seeing is like super polarized positions on it. And like I haven't seen like a really just clear sort of breakdown of the issue.
So the White House admitted he has not broken any laws. So
he hasn't, because protest is protected by the First Amendment. Peaceful protest. He didn't do anything. He didn't break any laws.
I'll put it to this way, right? So if he were to say advocate for terroristic acts, they would definitely say that he did. Yeah. But in this case specifically, since he hasn't done that, and there have not been any laws broken,
right, but I think also they detained him.
And yes, he is definitely detained. He's detained and he's in a facility in Georgia.
Okay, but you have to have a reason for detaining a person.
Oh, no, you don't.
What? Yes, you do.
No, arresting you do, but detaining, no. You just need a suspicion. You reasonable suspicion. Yeah. Also, hey, Sleepy Joe. Welcome, buddy. Good to see you.
So he has not been formally charged. So he has not been formally charged with anything. Right. So in the interim, the police or the federal agency detaining him, in this case it's ICE, they are well within their rights to detain anyone without any charges being filed. They have, I believe, like...
What's the dude's name again? Does anybody know what his name is?
Something Arabic.
Yeah, I want to pull it up and see if like there's good info on it. Because like I can see why people might look at that and be worried about like free speech issues. But also like technically you can detain a person under reasonable suspicion for without charges for 48 hours in California. This is true. Yeah, Sleepy. Candy wants you to get in voice chat. Somebody find his name. Daniel, can you find his name for me? I want to look.
I think it's Muammar Tariff.
Sharif?
Yeah.
I don't think that's it.
So, what's it? There's something Arabic.
Omar Sharif is an Egyptian actor.
I said Momar.
Mahmoud Khalil.
Close enough.
That was very close. Good job.
Right. That was very racist.
All right.
Oh, you gotta grant me it was close. It has the same level of
close.
syllables and shit.
Global tension after the Trump administration arrested and moved to deport him. Cases raised questions about free speech on college campuses. Blah, 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 blah. Detention in Louisiana. Born in Syria, the Columbia graduate's arrest by immigration agents was linked to President Donald Trump's promise to crack down on student demonstrators he accused of un-American activity. Trump has repeatedly alleged that pro-Palestinian activists, including Mr. Khalil, support Hamas, a group designated a terrorist organization by the U.S. The president argues these protesters should be deported and called Mr. Khalil's arrest first of many to come. 30-year-old's lawyers say he was exercising free speech rights to demonstrate in support of Palestinians in Gaza and against U.S. support for Israel. They accuse government of open repression of student activism and political speech. Okay, here we go. His role in the student protests. Mr. Khalil's role in Colombia's 2024 protests placed him in the public eye. On the front lines of negotiations, he played a role in mediating between university officials and the activists and students who attended the protests. Activists supporting Israel have accused Mr. Khalil of being a leader of Columbia University apartheid
Yeah,
divest.
he led it. He led the protest.
He's about. Sleepy Joe's about to pass out. Only slept for 4 hours. Maybe next time, Ben. A student group that demanded, among other things, the university to divest from its financial ties to Israel and a ceasefire in Gaza. Mr. Khalil has denied that he led the group, telling the Associated Press that he only served as a spokesperson for protesters and as a mediator with the university. After Mr. Khalil's arrest, the Department of Homeland Security accused him of leading activities aligned to Hamas, but did not provide further details. On Tuesday, the White House alleged that he had organized protests where pro-Hamas propaganda was distributed. His lawyers responded that there was no evidence that he had provided support of any kind to U.S.-designated terror groups. Daniel says, I have real concerns about free speech and the process for detaining him also, but even as a legal permanent resident, he's still not a citizen, and his speech is limited more than a citizen is. It's true. That's why, I don't have, a super hard position on this, because I feel like I don't know enough of the evidence. It's sort of fuzzy. It's not really clear.
Completely. According to them, all they have on him is that he's the leader. Okay, so what? He didn't start a riot. He didn't tell people to.
Yeah, but the thing is, when you have a green card, you have a number of rules you need to follow that you don't need to follow as an American citizen.
And there have also been reports that some of these groups, some of the people organizing some of these things had ties to some of these crazier groups, and so this stuff is all kind of being brought up into question.
Yeah,
it's just,
I mean, the inherent issue is so if his lawyers can prove that he is not tied to the protesters in any organizational manner, everything goes away.
Yeah.
That's essentially it, right? That's the crux of this case. If his claim that he's
an independent person who acted as a mediator, then he'll be fine.
Yeah.
Being an organizer in some of these things where, the law was violated in some cases, that's a big problem for somebody on a green card.
Yeah, as a U.S. citizen, no worries.
No worries at all. No.
Because
it's still
I don't know
if
you're
icky.
aware, but
I don't know if I like it. But
no. From the position of the right wing, right? The people that go raw free speech, no consequences. This is sort of weird. If you go, Nazis should be able to yell, Jews will not replace us in rallies.
If you have a green card and you say some shit like that, you're probably getting deported.
Probably not. Probably not. I don't think ICE has a tendency to round up the people that tend to frequent Nazi demonstrations.
Good point. So, for instance, the Quad organization openly said violence was the way, and one of its prominent members, Kimani Jones, was expelled for saying every Zionist needs to be killed. Was that dude who released the video of him talking to like the board of his college, and he just kept saying unhinged shit in that interview? Oh, dude, that guy's a piece of shit. I'm glad he got fucking expelled, honestly. That guy was a piece of shit. Did you ever see that? Did you ever see that video, Steele?
No. The thing is, I'm not in favor of academic institutions expelling, especially if they paid for their semester, then they should get their money back.
I mean, the guy was saying every Zionist needs to be killed. And then when they interviewed him, like, from the ethics board or whatever, he doubled down on it.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Yeah. But the thing is, if you're paying and then they have accepted his money, right? Either, if they're expelling him, they should be forced to pay that money back.
I mean, maybe that's a different issue. I'd probably agree with you on that.
Because they're not doing that, right? So I don't know. What is the semester of Columbia? Quite a lot of money, right?
I don't know if that dude actually went to Columbia. Did he?
Well,
I don't know.
Or whatever, right? Like it doesn't matter. College education expensive either way in America. Like, is it like if it's a state school, it's like still 20 grand or something a semester.
Is that the right name, Daniel? Yeah, I mean, like, I probably agree that he should have his money back. That's fine, but you know, like, he can always file a lawsuit.
Yeah, but they will say that he did not meet our thingy-majig, right? And we have the right to keep the money. The issue is that if you're expelling a person, because whatever the reason you have as an institution, my belief is that he did not get what he paid for, and he should get his money back. Period.
Yeah, I mean, he filed a lawsuit as well. Anyway. So.
Yeah, but that's
fight that out
the lawsuit. No, I think this should be fairly straightforward.
Well, then they can set a precedent through this case.
No, but what I'm saying is, I think the school. Yeah, I don't think there should be a legal case. The school should automatically do this.
Well, there is, so they can
not necessarily still, because it's like there's, like, say when you sign a contract and there's terms and conditions. If you violate those, they don't have to give you your money back.
I'm well aware of how contract law works.
He's talking about ought.
I know what he's talking about. When you go to college, you do sign like paperwork, don't you? And in that paperwork, they also give you the school rules and regulations.
So Sleepy Joe says Khalil's being held at a federal immigration detention facility in a central Louisiana town. Yep. Daniel says, well, there are codes of conduct. If you violate it, you can lose out. You can pay for an airline ticket or
yeah, I'm not talking about the like I said, I'm not talking about the contract itself. I haven't read that specific contract.
Yeah, I
I'm
don't
talking
either. I
about
don't
how
know
it
either.
should.
No,
I thought you were saying
like I
that
said, like,
they should get a refund, and I'm like, well, now
wait,
they
is there?
violated
Do
the
you
rule.
think there's like? Let me ask you this question: is there a limit on conduct that entitles you to like a refund, or is there like a certain point beyond which you do think it's justifiable to not refund a person as part of their expulsion?
So first of all, I don't think code of conduct should be a thing. I don't believe educational institutions ought to have like code of conduct
Why
in that.
not?
Just none of my educational institutions have had that.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't have one.
Yeah, I'm
I
not
think
so
they're
sure about
limiting.
that. I feel like there are like
I
reasonable
think they're
ways to behave.
limiting. So you can have a voluntary thing that people voluntarily sign that has no legal bearing. But I
Steely's
don't
just
think
being fruitful. He's just basically saying, Jordan, we're so well behaved. We don't need a code of conduct. We're not like
that's not
Yeah,
what
Americans
I'm
that
we're
go
saying.
around
Americans,
being
okay, Steele.
ignorant and rude. We
We're
don't need
walking
code of
around
conduct.
shooting off revolvers into the air, wearing cowboy hats, going yeehaw. Okay, we need to control ourselves somehow. Okay.
Not at all what I'm saying. I'm saying I view them as intrinsically violating the rights of the students, which I
They're
view
not
as
right
a
because
detriment.
schools,
I view it as a
schools are
detriment.
institutions too, and they're
I
allowed to have
Candy, can you let
rules.
me finish? Jesus
Yeah.
fucking. Do you need a code of conduct to behave?
See, it's exactly what I was saying before.
I mean,
I
don't we
said it.
though? Don't we kind of have a code of conduct being the law?
Yeah. So anything not violating the law is fine, right? But my point being is that fuck, I lost my train of thought.
That the code of conduct is limiting on the students.
Violation of your right.
Yeah. So the thing is, like, a code of conduct is generally speaking violating, in certain degrees, the rights of the students under the law, right? So they limit, depending on the school, they can limit sexual behavior. They can limit dress, appearance, recreational activities, fucking points in time that people are allowed to be outside. Weird ass shit, depending on the school.
Daniel in chat says, yes, you do need a code of conduct. On the campus I went to, if you take part in homophobic conduct or hate speech or engage in sexual harassment or cheat on your exams, you can be expelled, barred from the college, and lose your tuition. I see no problem. Yeah, I mean, like, those are issues to deal with. Like, plagiarism or cheating isn't necessarily against the law, right? But it's a big problem.
Well, so you can be expelled either way, right? So if your tests, right, have proctors and you cheat on them, right, you can be expelled for that. Now, the thing is, the rest of the things that he counted up are violation of the law, right? Sexual harassment, violation of the law.
Right. Well, homophobic conduct isn't necessarily a violation of the law.
That's probably a problem with your laws, then.
Yeah. Hate speech to a certain extent is still protected speech.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. If it's protected speech, I don't see a problem with it. I don't think institutions have, especially if they're taking taxpayer money, I don't think they have a right to bar people from.
Well, everybody's taking taxpayer money nowadays.
Yeah,
like private
but that's
institutions.
If they're taking taxpayer money, they need to abide by what's legal to say and utter.
Okay. Well, for example, this guy said, quote, Zionists don't deserve to live. Be grateful that I'm not just going out and murdering Zionists.
Yeah, he's saying he's not doing that.
Okay.
I mean, I wouldn't put it that way. I view it as untactful, but
I
technically
watched the
speaking,
video. He didn't say that calmly. He said that very unhinged.
okay, that might be the case.
Yeah.
But like in the sense of a plain face reading of what he said, right? He's not actively he's not actively advocating for him to kill them.
He's definitely he is
him
definitely advocating for others to kill them. He has done that. Like, that's part of the reason why he was in this trouble in the first place.
Not him, though.
Yes, but advocating for harm is a legal issue. It's contract. You agree to pay them and behave by the rules. In exchange, they train you or educate you. You have no obligation to waste the resources of the school they could have spent on someone serious, Daniel says.
I disagree with the whole point of like the code of conduct. So that's my issue, mainly. And I believe they should have their money paid back if they're not allowed to use the services.
I mean, I think there's an argument there about money being paid back. I'm not 100% on that one. I generally think it's okay to have a code of conduct. I don't really have a problem with that. I can see arguments for and against paying them back. I'm not sure, but I think I do think that's something that's probably better worked out in a legal arena.
Yeah, well, I mean, legally speaking, if you sign that contract, the contract is binding, right? My position is mainly that this ought to not be a thing in that sense, right? So the code of conduct that's infringing on your legal. Now, if you were to break the law, that's a different issue. Like in general, if you're working within the law, right, and you're uttering things that are legal to utter, I don't think educational institutions have the right to bar you from your education.
Daniel says, and again, the problem is who pays the professors who spent time on you. Like, maybe I'd be more comfortable with, like, if there was going to be any kind of refund, I think it would have to be prorated based on the time you had already spent there.
I'm not saying that you're paying back everything because they have their transcripts, but like if this is the beginning of the semester, I paid in my tuition, I'm being expelled, whatever, like a week in, I should get the rest of my money back.
Yeah,
I disagree.
I don't know. I think there's interesting arguments to be had here. I don't really.
It's like, say, or like potentially you should get, if you're like, let's say that you've passed all their classes with an adequate degree or whatever, or point grade, and they just say, no, we're not giving you your degree. You should get some money back because you're not getting the degree you passed all the classes for, right?
Well, I think you still will get credit. I think credits and degree is two different things, right? I think you still get the credits that you've earned. I don't think you don't get to say you don't get the credits.
Let's
But
say
if you in
let's say
that
you
semester,
actually engage in like violence against somebody.
Okay, is it violence against anyone or?
because
Yeah, well
code of conduct is
let's start like broad.
Okay, violence against anyone, and what?
Do you think you're still entitled to like a refund if you get expelled at that point?
right, correct.
Yeah.
What Gardner said.
Okay.
No,
Yeah, I think I disagree on that. On
yeah.
that particular thing. I think
Look, it's for me. It's mainly if you're not using the service that you're paying for.
yeah, but
So,
you've
like,
essentially violated the quote unquote terms
Right.
under which you've
yeah, like I said, I disagree with the whole code of conduct to begin with.
Mm.
So, placing your arguments based on the code of conduct sort of is not working with the premise that I'm working from.
Daniel says, and you don't have a right to act however you want, though. This isn't about saying your classmate should go make sweet love to a cactus. Colleges have a right to uphold certain standards, and this is also a legal issue for colleges. Say a college has no policy to punish students for inciting violence or sexually harassing others or graping someone, they can be sued.
Right, because like code of conduct is a set of rules, basically, right? And the
I'm
rules are
aware
not
of
just
what a
there to.
code of conduct is.
I mean, well, let me finish. But what I'm saying is the code of conduct is there not just to protect you; it's there to protect other people as well from you or someone else doing something to someone else. So they would be held liable because when you're in school,
Yeah,
the school would be held liable, and so would you.
you see, if they're breaking the law, right? That is the job for the court system and the police.
But that doesn't mean that the school can't take action against
So
you
what?
based
Yeah,
on the
what the
rules
school
that you
does
wrote.
is they report a crime has been committed to the proper authorities. The authorities investigate and convict.
Steele,
Right.
do you
But
believe
that
in the
doesn't mean
concept
that you
of the
cannot.
social contract?
Yeah, but social contracts can't be enforced in a court of law.
I know, but I'm just trying to like get a general gauge from where we're coming here because I feel like the social contract can be enforced in non-legal ways, right?
Yeah, so social contracts can be enforced interpersonally. Yes.
But
So
if you
you can
enter
say,
into a sort
I
of social agreement with an institution, which one could argue that going to a college in a way, shape, or form is.
Nah, mm, not really.
I mean, I think you could make that argument. It's a fringe one, no doubt, but I think you could make that argument.
Okay, make the argument.
I just did.
Well, you have to make it better.
You're entering into an agreement that you will pay money and act a certain way while at a college, and they will educate you.
Uh, I don't think you can inherently make it like. I mean, then it falls into like more of a legal contract, right? So it's like more. Then it goes from a social contract, right? Because social contracts inherently are voluntary. This is mandatory for people joining this institution.
I mean, sort of. It's mandatory for people joining this institution, but joining the institution is voluntary.
Not always.
What do you mean, not always?
So,
You don't
certain
have to go to
institutions,
Columbia if you don't want to.
certain institutions. So, if you want to be say whatever, right? A certain thing. Certain institutions only have those educational opportunities. So if you want to be, say, a marine biologist, in certain places, the only option is one institution. So then in that case, it's technically not voluntary for you to join this institution because you need to join it to get your degree in whatever the fuck, marine biology, right? Or whatever.
I mean, I guess, sort of. There's still
Now, if you had
doesn't mean you still have
multiple
to go there.
institutions, well, then you don't get to do whatever you want to do in life.
Yeah, but that's a personal choice. Like, if you don't agree to,
I disagree.
if you don't agree to like a certain code of conduct, and that becomes a reason for you not to go to a certain institution, that is your choice not to go to that institution based on that code of conduct.
Yeah, but like I said, I don't think they should have code of conduct to begin with. I think that should be handled by the legal system.
Okay.
Period.
Daniel says, yeah, I feel like we could probably move on from this one because I think we're just kind of going in circles at this point. Daniel says you have some kinky schools in Sweden forced to go, but that's still not being forced to go. You could choose another profession. You don't need to be a marine biologist. Yep. Well, that's tough cookies and that's life. And I guess that's my perspective, but yeah, that's where we are there.
The schools are definitely kinky. Most definitely.
Okay, let's see. Other things we wanted to talk about.
Oh, also, Brigham Young bans gay interactions in their code of conduct.
Well, then don't go to Brigham Young University.
They also ban sodomy and soaking.
Don't go to Brigham Young. Okay, so...
What if I want to study Mormon theology?
That's a choice. Certainly a choice.
It's certainly a choice. You are correct in that.
Okay, so very interesting development. One of the prosecutors on the Ghislaine Maxwell case was placed on leave for undisclosed reasons. Quite sus. I don't know all the details, but it feels super sus to me.
That's Jeffrey Epstein's.
Yeah.
Good.
Oh, apparently both of them worked on the Eric Adams case as well.
The fuck is Eric Adams?
The New York mayor that was getting charged with big-time fraud and corruption, and now they're basically putting that case on hold pending a dismissal as he is cooperating with Trump's immigration stuff. Super corrupt shit.
All right, the Black Bold.
Yeah. Hella corrupt shit. Corrupt big time. So yeah.
So I have another when you're ready, I have another.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
Oh, you ready? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So an attorney from the Department of Justice was fired because she wouldn't approve Mel Gibson's ability to retain a gun, a weapon. So when Mel Gibson did what he did, he was no longer allowed to have a gun. And this attorney is in charge of vetting. She does specific basically is she vets people. So basically, let's say you committed a crime 25 years ago, right? And you were charged with a felony, you would no longer be able to carry an arm, but you want to petition to, you say, you basically plead your case. Like, yeah, over the last 25 years, I've been a good member of the community. I haven't broken any laws. I followed the rules, um, and so on. And then basically, she's in charge of investigating to see, yeah, have you followed, and, basically doing a thorough background check on you to make sure that you haven't. And then what she does is then she submits your name um to a list. It's like a pardon list. It's almost like a pardon list,
Right.
right? You submit to a list of people that, hey, this person has been a good citizen for the past, he committed a mistake when he was 25, but he wants to reapply to get let's give him the chance, whatever. So so when she submitted the list, right?
Mm-hmm.
She got a phone call and they told her, well, add Mel Gibson to the list of people. And she's like, well, I'm not going to do that because he's not been properly vetted. We don't know what he's been up to. We don't know. We haven't, done the proper vetting. And then because she wouldn't do that, she got fired.
Oh, jeez. There's going to be a lot of shit like this. There's going to be a lot of shit like this happening. We're just going to have to deal with it. It's going to suck.
Mm-hmm.
In other news, I do not have to report for jury duty tomorrow. And I'll check tomorrow night. Friday will be the last potential day for my jury duty. So
Let's hope you have court on Friday night.
Well, it wouldn't be Friday night. It would be Friday morning through evening. But if I do get it Friday, that would suck because the odds are I'd probably have to go in next week as well. But if not, if I don't have to go in Friday, I'm good. I'm clear. Don't have to go in.
I'm going to have to stay at the Marriott.
You'd be on lockdown, bro.
It's just you and the minibar.
That ain't so bad.
Oh, he has to pay for everything in the minibar.
Yeah, I'm not doing that. That's dumb. I don't drink enough to justify paying minibar prices.
Didn't you bring alcohol?
Yeah,
Hide
but
it.
like I don't really drink that much. It's not like my thing.
Yeah, exactly. So minibar drinking is perfect for you because it's tiny bottles.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah, I'll probably be fine not drinking at all. Probably. Rather do that.
But you can play with the tiny bottles. Pretend you're a giant.
Bottle? Okay.
Yeah. That's what everyone does.
Is it?
I think I'm gonna make a joke, but don't get offended. I think that's the Jewish side of him, where he doesn't want to spend money on, tiny bottles of alcohol.
Wow.
It's a
Look,
joke.
Candy, if you see tiny bottles, don't you pretend to be a giant?
Oh, that is true. You could.
Daniel, did you hear that? Goodness
You have an
gracious.
Alice in Wonderland moment. What? It's, the Jewish.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, that's probably the case. They do tend to be stingy.
Oh my God, we're not stingy, we're frugal. For God's sake. There's a difference.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so you're saying they're being frugal when they haggle?
Yeah. Haven't you ever seen the Russell Peters bit?
Look, frugal means that you drive the same car until it goes in the ground. Stingy means that you haggle on everything.
We don't
even things you can't haggle. Yes, you
I've worked in sales. Israelis were not the worst people for pricing.
Oh no, that's Indians.
That's amazing because I'm literally just about to bring up a Russell Peters bit about exactly that.
Oh
Yeah.
my god.
But they share similar cultural beliefs.
In some ways, yeah. I'm gonna play this. Watch this because this is so funny, and this is an amazing comedian. It's a really funny thing. Candy, you should watch this. Steel.
I know
Find a
who
way
he
to
is.
go to my stream, Jesus.
No, I know who he is. I know the bit you're talking about.
All right. Okay, good. So I'm gonna play this bit. Candy, you watching?
It's when the Indian takes out a knife
Well,
and rips the
don't
shirt.
ruin it. Don't spoil the bit. Okay, Candy's muted, which means she's watching. Okay.
Look at all these Indian faces. Jesus Christ. Look at you brown bastards. God damn. Indians just look upset that they had to spend money to be here tonight, don't you? There's a look on their face just... This is bullshit. I don't know why I'm spending money to see someone that looks just like me. I can stay home and look in the mirror. For free.
For free.
We are an endless supply of cheap jokes. And you know what the best thing about it is? Indian people, we're proud of our cheapness. You're never going to insult us by calling us cheap. That's the best part, you know. You walk up to an Indian, you guys are cheap. Thank you for noticing. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. That guy just called you cheap. No, no, no. He pronounced it cheap, but what he was saying was smart. Very smart, he was saying. We're cheap. You know, here's the thing, too. It's not like I'm up here going, you Indian people are cheap, and I'm the one that's not. No, 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 no. No, 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 no.
No.
I'm just as fucking cheap as you. The difference is now I have money. I'm just cheap in better stores. I'll be looking at like an Armani shirt. I hate when this happens. I'm looking at a shirt from like a high-end designer, and I flip the tag over and I see made in India. I'm stuck with a real dilemma. I'm like, shit. Do I buy this? Or do I call my uncle? I wonder if he knows where this factory is. We are cheap. Everybody's cheap, aren't they? Never call white people cheap. White people get really upset when you call them cheap. You ever call the white person cheap? They get very angry. Because white people actually are probably the only people that aren't cheap. You ever call a white guy cheap? You're cheap. Fuck you, I'm cheap. I'll buy you a beer. You want a beer? That's how white guys get around being cheap. You want a beer? 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 Huh? You want a beer? Huh? Fuck you, I'm not cheap. I bought everybody beer. Everybody's cheap. It's all about levels, you know? Where the Jews at? Jews in the house? All right, Arabs, the Jews are in here. Go talk to them. You've got some hugging to do. Jews, I don't know how you got the title of being cheap. It's very offensive to Indian people. When people are like, Jews are cheap. We're like, no, that is very incorrect. I am cheap. Jews are thrifty. Big difference. Must have been like one Jewish guy back in the day who was cheap and he fucked it up for the rest of you for the rest of your lives. Because Jews aren't actually cheap. You know who's cheap? Asians. Asians are cheap as shit. Chinese people specifically. Where are the Chinese people at? Where are you? Oh, it was the Wu family. Nice. Chinese people, you are cheap like it's crazy. But it's about levels. Like if you were to rate like the top 3 cheap people in the world, Indians for sure would be number 1 on that list. See? See the pride in it? Oh yeah, fantastic. Fantastic. We are ekdam number 1. We are... Indians for sure, number one on that list. Very, very close second, Chinese. And Jews will give you third place, you know, just to keep you in the game. How about that, you know? So you don't feel like you're losing everything, all right? So. But it's all about levels. Like, let's just say there's a Louis Vuitton boutique, right? An Indian guy will walk past this Louis Vuitton store every day of his life and never once step foot in there. Like, not even on their best sale will I be going in there. No, thank you. Now, if Louis Vuitton's having a sale, Jewish guy's going in and he's buying shit. It was on sale, what do you want?
What do you want? It was on
Nachos.
sale.
Chinese people, sale or no sale, you're going into Louis Vuitton every day. You never buy shit. But you'll go in every day. Sales guy, can I help you, sir? No, just looking. Minute sales guy turns his back, Chinese guy whips out a camera. Ka-ching, ching, 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 ching. Goes home, emails the pictures to Hong Kong. Make this bag quickly. We'll sell it to the Indians. That's a sale you never want to see happening. A Chinese guy trying to sell an Indian guy a Louis Vuitton bag? Neither one of them can say Louis Vuitton properly. Hey, Mr. Indian guy, you want to sign a pack? Who's this? Who's he? This is the Indian hand motion for I don't know. I don't know. Who's he? I don't know you. Who's he? Who's this? Who's this guy? It's to sign a pack. It's initials LV. Who's he? Who's this LV? Who's he? Remember growing up, Dad, who finished the milk? I don't know. I wasn't there. I don't know. Son, I can't hear. Nothing. Nothing is coming. I don't know what the fuck that's supposed to mean. Nothing is coming. Nothing. Who's this? Who's this LV? To sign an initial. Then it has a name underneath. Who's this wood? Lose weed. Lose weed. Lose weed. What the fuck are you saying? I'm reading designer's name, Lose Wooden. Why don't you spell what you see? Okay. Okay. Okay, lose. Lose is lose, huh? Absolutely lose is lose. 150,000% sure? Lose is lose. That's an Indian person convincing you of shit. You ever try and buy something like, oh, give me the best price. Okay, sir, I'm telling you, sir, final price. Best price. Take it and go. Take it and go. Take it and go. Okay, so lose is lose. All right, fine. Lose is lose. What's his last name? Weird. I didn't say it all fucked up. I said spell it out. Okay. We. UI. PDON. Because that's how we spell shit. We'll go slow for like the first 3 letters, and then we jog through the other half of the name, don't we? We do the same thing with phone numbers. All right, give me your phone number. Okay. 212 555 826. And the messed up part is, we know the rhythm. Here's the thing with Indian people being cheap. Our cheapness actually changed the world. You see, you may be sitting there going, well, how did your cheapness change the world? Well, let me tell you how. Because our cheapness actually benefited everybody. We're so dedicated to being cheap for so long that Indian people actually created the number 0. Do you know how much dedication that took? That means back in the day, some Indian guy was looking at the numeric system. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. None of those are amounts I want to pay. Then his friend came along and drew a circle. What's that? Nothing. What's inside of it? Nothing. What's its value?
Why?
Nothing. It's beautiful. We shall call it 0. Take it and go.
Classic. Classic. And now you know, Candy. Now you know.
Now I know what.
The difference.
The stages of cheapness.
Yeah. The difference
Who's
between
on the top?
cheap and thrifty.
Who's on the top? He's not wrong about Chinese, though.
Not wrong about any one of them.
Yeah.
Well, I
That's the
worked
great
in
thing about
sales.
Russell Peters.
Listen, I worked in sales for 2 different for AT&T and for Verizon Wireless. And the only words when we had a Chinese customer, the only words they knew was free. You try to explain
Jesus.
anything else to them, they looked at you like they didn't understand a word what you were saying. But free they knew. Free they knew.
Oh, jeez.
Because back then they used to offer free phones and stuff. And if it was free, that's what they wanted. And that's the only word they would use. Free. That's it.
Good Lord. All right.
Yeah.
Moving on to other news. So military aid to Ukraine and intelligence has been restarted after apparently
What?
in the negotiations, Zelensky has agreed to a 30-day ceasefire. I don't know what the situation is with Russia at this point. Let's see if there's
That
any
was funny.
updates.
Trump, there was a interview, it was like him talking to the press, and he goes, "Oh, we agreed to a ceasefire. Now we gotta wait to see if Russia agrees to it." And
Yeah.
I'm thinking, okay, how did you agree to a ceasefire, but yet Russia hasn't agreed to it?
Well,
He
Ukraine has
agreed with
agreed to it.
Ukraine.
Yeah, Ukraine has agreed to it, is what he said.
Right, but that's not what he said. He said we agreed to a ceasefire, but we have to see if Russia agrees to it.
Okay. Of
Yeah,
all
that's
the
like
He agreed
dumbass
with Ukraine.
things Trump has said that nobody knows what the fuck he's talking about, I feel
True
like
that.
this one is one we can kind of understand what he meant by that.
Not really, because when he said at first we agreed to a ceasefire, it was like, okay, I
He
thought
said
Russia
it's
was on
up to
board.
Russia
And
now.
So we
no.
can-
He said that first, and then I was like, okay, Russia is on board. But then he followed it by, we got to get Russia to agree to it. And I was like, what the
Well,
fuck?
he said,
Wait.
yeah, it's up to... I feel... Look, I have no problem criticizing stupid shit Trump says. I feel like this one isn't that out there.
I was confused when he said it because
Fair enough.
you go out there and you say, all right, we agreed to a ceasefire. I'm like, okay, great. No more firing, both sides. Great. We agreed to this. No, but we haven't yet gotten the other person to it. So how could you agree to a ceasefire without the other
He
person? It's like
agreed with
doing
Ukraine.
negotiations for Ukraine surrender without Ukraine being part of it. Like, how do you negotiate without them being part of the negotiations? Like, it doesn't.
Okay, so they agreed with terms that Ukraine is comfortable with. They will now present it to Russia.
Yeah, I know. And they went to
President Trump.
Saudi Arabia, was it? It was Marco Rubio.
Yes, who led the American
Yeah, it's
delegation to
Saudi
Saudi
Arabia.
Arabia, where Ukraine
Yeah.
consented to the U.S. ceasefire proposal, said Washington will pursue multiple points of contact with Russia to see if President Vladimir Putin is ready to negotiate an end to the war. He declined to give details or say what steps might be taken if Putin refuses to engage. I mean, it's a 30-day ceasefire, so obviously that means it's not an end to the war, but it's the beginning of further negotiations.
No, that
Not
just
only one
means
side is
that
agreeing to a ceasefire
Russia
because
has 30 days to build up their stockpiles on the front line.
Right,
That's what that means.
exactly. Well, we'll see. I mean,
And
that's
to be
probably
fair,
how
it's
it'll turn
30
out.
days. It's 30 days. Ukrainian troops can get some R&R, well-deserved R&R.
Yeah. Because again,
yeah, but
Ukraine is
haven't
only
agreed to. This is what I'm saying, but they haven't agreed to. Yeah, if it was an agreement for that, that would be great. Okay, they stockpile,
if
they get that.
Ukraine is agreeing to a 30-day ceasefire, then there must be
Ukraine
something
is not
in
the one
there.
attacking; it's Russia.
If Ukraine has agreed to a 30-day ceasefire, that doesn't matter. If you're going to have a ceasefire,
It
both
does
sides.
matter.
No, it doesn't matter. If you're going to have a ceasefire, both sides need to agree to it. That's how that works. Period.
Exactly.
In any
Thank you.
conflict.
Thank you.
What do you mean, thank you? I just said if Ukraine has agreed to the terms that they're talking about, and you cut me off and said Russia's the one invading, which has nothing to do with what I'm saying. If Ukraine has agreed, what?
If you just said both sides need to agree. And I keep
Yes.
saying the one that side that's attacking has not agreed.
Nobody's
So
saying
how
that that's not the case. They're still reviewing it. They haven't like rejected it yet. We're still waiting to hear from them, right? And what I'm trying to say is that what?
Had they agreed to stop shooting at Ukraine while they're going through the agreement?
No.
Well, from the
because
point of view, that's not a
So
ceasefire. Well, from the
yeah,
point of view of Russia,
it's pointless because then Russia could still keep attacking.
no, that's not what? No. If the ceasefire hasn't been agreed to yet, they're not going to stop hostilities. Once they agree to a ceasefire,
That's what I said.
Huh?
That's what I'm saying. Russia could continue attacking because they didn't agree to it.
Steele, am I being retarded right now?
No, Ukraine is also continuing their offensive operation in the interim. Like before the signatures go on the dotted line, there is no ceasefire. Ukraine has agreed to the terms of a ceasefire. Trump and the White House are currently presenting that agreement that the US and Ukraine has agreed to the Russian for them to review and say if they agree or don't agree.
And then,
then
once
there is
they
no
both
ceasefire.
No, there's not a ceasefire yet.
There you go. That's what I'm
Nobody
saying.
said there was.
That's my point. They're saying there's a ceasefire and
No
that
one
we
said
agree.
that.
Trump said we agreed to a ceasefire. Then he said we got to get Russia. That's what started this whole conversation.
Okay, so Trump meant to say we agreed to terms of a ceasefire with Ukraine. He is not very good with words.
I know Ukraine is on board with the ceasefire.
That's
the
all
problem
that he
is
meant by what
Russia
he
is not on board on the ceasefire.
We don't know that yet.
Yeah, actually, the Russian position would actually stand to benefit from a ceasefire.
Right, and they probably will agree. But what I was going to say is that if Ukraine has agreed to terms on a ceasefire, that makes me think there's something in it for them or something that allowed them to feel like they were okay with a 30-day ceasefire, right? We have to see
they're
what the
getting
terms are.
They're getting US military support in the interim. That's why.
I mean, if that's the only thing, that is some real horse shit.
Yeah.
And that is just
Dude, you keep forgetting that there is a shit ton of supplies in Polish bases bound for Ukraine, mainly 155mm ammunition
Mm.
or munitions. Ukraine is currently running out of those. They kind of need those.
Yes.
They're like HIMAR missiles, also in Poland, bound for Ukraine. Trump froze those deliveries when he stepped in.
Wait, but if they agree to the arms stuff has already continued without the actual ceasefire being agreed to by both parties.
No. So they lifted it after Ukraine agreed.
No, what Daniel's saying is totally right. It's like saying I have a reservation at a fancy restaurant
No,
before the
it's
person
not
I
right.
ask out
No,
accepts
it's
my
not right.
offer. I can't say I have a date. That's true.
Yeah,
But
but it's
that's
not.
the problem.
That's
They
an
Yeah,
are
but that's not
saying
what he meant.
they have agreed to a ceasefire.
Well, it's not what he meant. He's shit at words. Like
He's talking about the
it me-
terms of the ceasefire. Like he's saying, nobody hears that and says, okay, that means there's a ceasefire in place. When he says, we've agreed to a ceasefire, now we have to wait for Russia, we understand that he means that Ukraine has agreed to the terms and we're waiting to see what Russia has to say.
Yeah.
Hold on now, look up. Why would Russia have any reason to agree? That assumes a level of charitability the Russian government doesn't deserve. Russia's going to agree so they can rebuild their forces on the border.
Yeah. It's
And
view it as more of a pause in hostilities from the Russian perspective. Their troops need R&R, and they need to introduce new troops to the front line.
yeah. And if it's the case that that's all it was to get, that's all they did to get Ukraine to agree to the ceasefire, that means once again, Trump has used a quid pro quo to force Ukraine, or tried to use a quid pro quo to force Ukraine to try to do things, which is insanely unethical, but exactly kind of what we expect from him if that's the case. They have no reason to accept Trump's pause of intel sharing and weapons deliveries caused a collapse in Kursk. Russia has marched back and most Ukrainian forces have pulled back. Tactically, Russia has no reason. Putin clone was in Kursk. They would press their advantage. I don't think so. I think Russia has been on the back foot. They've been pushed back. I was agreeing with your point. Trump is a stooge. Trump is a stooge. No one's saying he's not a stooge. But who hears him saying we've agreed to a ceasefire immediately followed by now it's up to Russia to mean that both sides have agreed to a ceasefire?
It can't be both. That's what I'm saying.
Well,
like, and everybody's repeating that.
all
The networks are saying, oh, they agreed to a ceasefire, and I'm like, but they didn't.
Ukraine has agreed to the ceasefire. Russia has not
my
yet
God.
agreed to the ceasefire. This is what I understood to mean by it when I heard him say that.
Same thing here. I mean, the thing is, he's not very good with.
Works.
It's not very good with
It
like
doesn't. A
coordinating
ceasefire
symptoms.
when both parties agree.
That's
If one
what-
side is
that's-
agreeing, there is no ceasefire. It doesn't exist.
Yes, but he didn't mean ceasefire in that sense. He meant terms of a ceasefire. He is not very good with
ceased
words.
fire. Ukraine has not ceased fire because the
If
ceasefire is not
Russia
in
feels
effect.
like they're currently in a doesn't matter. They don't care who's in the front lines. They don't care about their people. They'll.
It's not
But
about
if
the
they think they
people.
have
It's that
currently the advantage. I'm talking about Russia. If they think they have the advantage, they're not going to agree to anything because they feel like they have currently the advantage.
Daniel, I don't really care too much about his audience right now. I care more about the Ukrainian position. His audience can think what they want. If the war keeps going, it'll be easier. Like, okay, well then why hasn't it stopped, you fucking idiots? But look, Russia is running out of supplies. They're running out of people. They're running out of munitions. They're having all of these major problems.
That's exactly Daniel said exactly what I meant.
Okay, but we don't. Why are we talking? Why are we caring about this from the perspective of his dumbass supporters who don't know the real dumbass supporters who don't know the difference between any of this? We're talking about the Ukrainian position. This is what we're talking about.
No. We're talking about
So
the
both-
ceasefire. The ceasefire that he claims is happening, that he's making happen, that doesn't really exist. That's what I'm trying to say.
Until it does, and then if it does, it does, and if it doesn't, it doesn't. I don't understand why we're stuck on this one single point. This is why.
Because it's not a ceasefire.
It's nobody saying it's a ceasefire. Nobody's saying it's a ceasefire.
Trump
That's
has
not what
said
he meant.
several times.
Yes, that is literally the words he used, but that is not what he meant by the statement.
That's not. I shouldn't have to use a Trump dictionary to figure out what he's saying. If he's saying there's a ceasefire, then people are going to think, okay, there's a ceasefire.
No, not if he follows that up immediately by saying it's up to Russia now.
That's not how people think. People just say, okay,
That's
he's
not,
working
how is
on
that not how people think?
the peace in Ukraine, like it's a win
They
for
think,
him.
That's how I
there's a
think.
ceasefire even though Russia hasn't agreed to it? How is that supposed to work?
That's what I'm saying.
What?
So, any normal person with 2 brain cells would understand it to mean that Ukraine has agreed to the terms of the ceasefire. We are now waiting to hear back from the Russians.
That's even how
I
it was
do
reported.
understand.
That's how everybody reported it too.
I do
Okay.
understand there's quite a lot of Americans with just 1 brain cell, but come on.
I mean, like, yeah, it was reported that way from the beginning, right? They were all saying, like, Ukraine has agreed to terms of a ceasefire. It goes to Russia.
That's your translation, yes. Okay.
That's everybody's translation. That's exactly
How do you
what
figure
Trump...
everybody thinks like you and everybody that's looking at it says, oh, yeah, that's exactly what he meant.
Because
when Trump
the
doesn't even
literal
know what
next
he means.
words out of his mouth were, it's up to Russia now. That's what that
He
means.
said that we negotiated a ceasefire. That's what he said. And then it was followed by that, like a few minutes later. Because, okay, so the first impression is, okay, he's negotiating a ceasefire.
And then he even said,
they-
and hopefully we can get a ceasefire from Russia.
How can you agree to a ceasefire if the other party does not agree to it? There
You
is no
have to
ceasefire.
both agree. This is how the process works. If you get one side to agree to the ceasefire, you still have to send it to the other side for them to then agree to the other side of the ceasefire. And that is exactly what he said.
There is no ceasefire until the
Not
other
yet,
party agrees.
no.
I know that, but that's not what he's saying. Oh my God, I don't understand what is the problem.
Okay, when he says it's up to Russia now and hopefully we can get a ceasefire from Russia,
So
do you
explain
think
it to
he's
me.
saying
I
we have a
understand
ceasefire
exactly
deal?
what you mean. What I'm saying is what he's saying and what the reality of it is, it's not one and the same.
How is that different?
If he says we negotiated a ceasefire when there isn't a ceasefire, how is that same thing?
Because he didn't say that.
Okay, I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna look.
He didn't say it the way
I'm gonna
you're
look at
interpreting
it.
it.
I'm gonna mute myself because I'm gonna look at it.
Fight.
mean, like, I'm just going to keep it highlighted right here on the page.
The page?
Yeah, the page pulled up with the quotes of Trump saying it's up to Russia now, and hopefully we can get a ceasefire from Russia.
Yeah. I think this is probably the least concerning statement he's made in quite some time.
Daniel, this is Daniel. Daniel, this is ridiculous.
What did he say now?
He said, get the chunkla for Jordan. Bro, how do you look at this right here on the screen and think that he's saying a ceasefire has been agreed to by both parties? I never saw anybody even report it any other way than this.
Wait, hold on. I said that a ceasefire was agreed with both parties?
No, you
Did I
said
say
that
that?
it was interpretable as him saying that.
Yes, because he said we agreed to a ceasefire.
Okay, but then he said it's up to Russia now and hopefully we can get a ceasefire from Russia.
So that statement you interpret as, okay, he agreed with the terms. He got Ukraine to agree to the terms of the ceasefire. And now we send it to the Russians.
Let me see if I can find. Let me see if I can find a video.
Oh,
Listen,
You know what's really
I
fun?
agree Trump is
Make
brain
your
damaged
website
as fuck,
online.
Daniel. I think this one is a stretch, bud.
Hey,
I think this one is definitely a stretch.
But very importantly, and I said it,
I mean, yes, he's not very good with his words,
ceasefire,
but
Ukraine.
with
Ceasefire.
context
Just agreed to a
clues,
little
you can
while ago.
understand what it
Now we-
what the
Boom!
fuck
He says, Ukraine ceasefire. Ukraine ceasefire. Just agreed to it a little while ago. What do you mean?
Ah, so here's even been more clever.
Yeah. Here's the video. I'll play it. And yeah, he sounds like an idiot while he's saying it, but that's what he said.
But very importantly, and I said it, Ukraine.
Oh, and there's Elon's fucking kid
ceasefire.
again.
Ukraine. Ceasefire. Just agreed to a little while ago. Now
Which
we have
one,
to go to Russia
XYZ?
and hope President.
He literally says Ukraine ceasefire, just agreed to it a little while ago. Now we have to go to Russia and hope that President Putin agrees. What are we talking about here, guys? Daniel, Candy, what are we talking about here, guys? Come on.
That was a press conference he had afterwards because people were asking him. So then he went into specifics. I
Trump
said
announces
Ukraine ceasefire,
agreement.
He is going
This
to
is him
specifics
revealing
at that point.
This is him
But he
revealing
was
it. Trump
he did it.
Can you show? Okay, can you send that to me then?
I'm looking for it, chill, okay? Because what they're showing is the second part. They're not showing when he first said it.
Everything I'm seeing says he announces it in this video that we're watching. And then there's a follow-up thing later where they say, where he reiterates it's up to Russia now. They ask him if he has a meeting with Putin planned.
do you have a meeting with Vladimir Putin scheduled or conversation? What would be your
I
message to him?
won't comment on that, but we had a great success yesterday. We have a full ceasefire if it kicks in. We have to see. It's up to Russia now, but we've had a good relationship with both parties actually, and we'll see. We'll be knowing people are going to Russia right now as we speak, and hopefully we can get a ceasefire.
So far, all I've seen by watching these videos is making my point even clearer. Daniel, are you watching this? Thank you. Okay. I think I'm going to rest my
Searching
case right
anything
there.
on YouTube or Google is a pain in the ass because everything that
I'm
comes
sure
up
it is.
is the most recent stuff. Is the most recent stuff. When
I
you
have
look,
two separate
it's not.
occasions. I have the one that's labeled as him announcing it, and then the next day of him
He's
talking
not.
about
He's
it.
like in front of an airplane or something like that.
No,
He's not. He
on the
wasn't.
He's on the White
Oh
House
my
grounds in
God.
front of a Tesla. It was during his Tesla thing.
The one you're talking about, he was in front of a Tesla. The one I'm talking about, he was in front of like an airplane or helicopter or some shit.
There's no other videos about this. There's one of him in front of an airplane on an airplane tarmac 5 years ago announcing a ceasefire in Syria. I think you're mistaking the being in front of an airplane with the being in front of the Tesla. My most charitable interpretation, if I give one, is that it was a malaprop because of his late-stage dementia, but I reserve upon any further digging to revise it. I still lean more towards trying to deceive his base. What's deceptive about this? What are you talking about, dude? Watch.
But very importantly, and I said it, Ukraine, ceasefire. Ukraine, ceasefire. Just agreed to a little while ago. Now we have to go to Russia and hopefully President Putin will agree to that also, and we can get this show on the road. We can get this horrible war where 3,000.
What is unclear about that, Daniel? Here's the other one. Here's the other video. This was a day later.
With the Planet Fitness Black Card, you'll get your first month free when you join today. Sign up for just $1 down, 24.
A day later.
Do you have a meeting with Vladimir Putin scheduled or a conversation? What would be your
I
message to
won't
him?
comment on that, but we had a great success yesterday. We have a full ceasefire if it kicks in. We have to see. It's up to Russia now.
Explain to me what is unclear about that. This isn't even like, oh, he kind of, like, it's pretty clear in both cases. Unless you literally only listen to the first 5 seconds and then turn it off right away before hearing the rest of his sentence. Yeah, you're damn right. This is wild, bro. Come on. You guys are kidding me. Y'all are tripping. This is super clear. Yeah, right? And, like, I'm happy to go in on Trump when he says something stupid. More than happy. Y'all have seen me do it time and time and time and time again. But, like, this ain't it. This ain't it, baby gut. This ain't it. Checking in on you, Candy. You find anything? Candy's deep in the throes of research. Either that or she doesn't know that she's still muted. Here, we'll watch the rest of it. Just because. Even though at this point, it's already been made clear. We're 20 seconds in, and it was made clear less than that. But we'll watch the rest of it, just because.
Every week, 2, 3, 4,000 sometimes. I get the reports. And they're not American soldiers. They're Ukrainian and they're Russian. But people are being killed outside of that. People are being killed in the cities as things explode throughout the cities. And we want to get that war over with. So I think it's a very big, I think it's a big difference between the last visit you saw at the Oval Office.
Why the fuck is Elon standing next to him right now with a fucking Cybertruck shirt on while he's announcing Ukraine's agreeing to a ceasefire? What a weird fucking image. And then the kid's sitting there, was he like eating a sock?
So that's a total ceasefire. Ukraine has agreed to it. And hopefully Russia will agree to it. We're going to meet with them later on today and tomorrow.
Binoculars?
And hopefully we'll be able to wipe out a deal. But I think the ceasefire is very important. If we can get Russia to do it, that'll be great. If we can't, we just keep going on and people are going to get killed. Lots of people.
Bro. Also, one way I know Putin is not serious is he stated today all Ukrainian soldiers captured in Kursk will be treated as terrorists with no Geneva Convention rights. Not POWs as international law requires. That's gross. Yeah, I mean, we'll see. If he agrees to the ceasefire, it's probably just to rebuild his shit. But man, if Trump, here's the thing, like, Now that Zelensky has bent the knee a little bit and agreed to a ceasefire, Trump seems to be putting the pressure more on Russia. So if Russia doesn't cooperate, then he's going to throw a hissy fit at them. So we just have to hope that Putin goes like, no, I'm not going to do it. And then Trump will start, you know, doing maybe the right thing, because then it was Putin who fucked with his ego. But honestly, like, giving Putin that ceasefire, I feel like, is exactly what he wants, and it'll give him time to rebuild forces. The sad fact is Russian culture as a whole needs overhaul. I don't see Trump standing up to Putin at all unless Putin says Trump has a micro. Yeah. They say they're looking it over. We'll see what happens.
I'm still looking, but
You're not gonna find it, Cam.
I think shit, real quick, hold on. Maybe I saw it through. Maybe I saw it through a third party. I think it was, because I do watch some of these. I'm going through some third party videos, but anyways,
super hard for it, Candy.
but
I don't think you're gonna find it.
Russia thinks they got the advantage. I mean, there's a chance that Russia, if they think they have the advantage right now, they might not want to.
I think they don't think they have the advantage, but we'll see. If they don't think they have the advantage, I think
they do, because they recently bombed again when they found out that the U.S. no longer was providing intelligence. They bombed them again.
Well, yeah, because there's no ceasefire. They're at war. They're going to keep bombing.
What I'm saying is, now that they understand that when they publicly said, which was a mistake, when it was publicly said that they were no longer getting intelligence or weapons or anything like that, they took advantage of that.
Yeah, of course.
And started bombing again.
Yeah.
Right. So what I'm saying is, they feel like they have the advantage because they're no longer being provided intelligence.
Yeah, but now they are again. So I don't know. They might want to agree to the ceasefire because that'll give them time to rebuild their forces on the border, or they might not want to agree to the ceasefire because weapons and stuff are flowing back into Ukraine, and they might not agree with that. I don't know. Like we don't know from the outside looking in. We can speculate in all of these different ways, but like there's no real way to know what negotiations are going on. Did I read the articles?
I think it's.
Go ahead.
Well, not that it matters, but I mean, it's a mistake to publicly say we cut off their intelligence.
Yeah, well,
even if they did, keep it the fuck quiet, because you're giving
if we didn't say it, Ukraine was going to say it. What do you mean?
Maybe not.
Yeah, they definitely,
because they know it would be a disadvantage to them to publicly say, "Hey, we're blind here. We don't have."
I think they gain more from the pressure that our allies are putting on us at the moment. And the other allies are sharing intelligence, and they'll probably give them more intelligence as a response. I think they're trying to put pressure on Trump.
Not that it gives them an advantage, because that there is no advantage to that, but it helps them. If you don't know, okay, so if Russia doesn't know, you're no longer getting it, that could work, not necessarily in your favor, because again, you're flying blind, but it would deter Russia maybe from trying to attack when they're vulnerable. And why would you it's like letting your enemy know, yeah, you shot me, you got me in my leg and my arm, I'm limping right now, instead of kind of saying, nah, you missed.
Because right now, international pressure on the United States is very, very strong. And with EU, upping the amount of money they're going to spend on defending Ukraine, they probably saw a higher potential outcome for them if they were going to make it public. Or And the more likely scenario is Trump and them probably said it themselves because they like to do shit like that and swing their balls around. By the way, Candy, you are
I'm looking
not.
Elon.
You are not going to
Trump.
find the video of the thing that you're talking about because it doesn't exist. Okay?
It does.
It does not. And you don't have to keep wasting. I mean, you can keep wasting your time, but you're going to end up finding out that it doesn't exist.
I'm going to find it.
Okay.
I know what I saw.
Sure. Daniel says Russian diplomacy, as far as military conflicts go, is seen as pragmatic when Russia seeks diplomacy first, but as weakness when their enemy seeks diplomacy first. Yeah, probably.
I understand what you're saying, but I'm saying it's, you know, until they negotiate maybe a ceasefire, it's better to not know, hey, we're bare naked here. Come invade us because we get shit.
Again,
I'm just saying.
I'm pretty sure it was probably. Hang on.
I'm just saying. My point is, I don't think they should be saying that publicly because it just kind of. Yeah, the enemy's gonna attack if they know you're blind.
Hang on.
It's no.
Yeah, Trump officials were the ones who said it. Yeah, it was the Trump administration who announced it. So, Daniel wants me to read this article.
Okay, got it.
This is an opinion article. Trump's NATO hostility and Russia relations trace back to 1987. That's why Russia took advantage of the pause to get another Avdivka moment. I don't know what that means. Donald Trump, who is not the president, is using a minority of Republicans to hand a victory to Russia and to weaken American power and credibility. And Applebaum, the Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist, has recently written why. Why indeed. At this seemingly late stage in the game, with Trump having secured his third Republican presidential nomination, it is tempting... What? Oh, Jesus. That was a while ago. It is tempting to shrug one's shoulders and move on. He has long held idiosyncratic views regarding the defensive alliances of the United States, as well as the fairness and legitimacy of American institutions, notably in his preoccupation with a rigged election and American carnage. That much is obvious. Beyond that, we have no satisfactory answers. But what if we were to pause and ask the question anew with greater seriousness and intent? When precisely did Donald Trump first express the views whose most recent manifestation was his invitation to the Russian Federation to do whatever the hell they want to our allegedly non-dues paying allies? Most who pay attention to such things know the answer. Avdiivka, was a major town that fell needlessly because of a pause in military aid in 2023. Makes sense. Trump first and most boldly proclaimed such views in September 1987, when he took out full-page ads in major newspapers to assail U.S. allies for not covering their fair share of our common defense. Why are these nations not paying the United States for the human lives and billions of dollars we are losing to protect their interests? The ad asked provocatively. Yet before December 1987, Trump's only reported comments about U.S. foreign policy described his desire to negotiate a nuclear disarmament deal with the Soviet Union. The ad had nothing to do with disarmament. The theme had changed entirely. What happened? Surprisingly few people are aware that Trump took his first of 4 trips to Russia less than 2 months before placing this infamous full-page ad. I feel like that was a big thing back in 2016, and people talked about that a lot. Traveling to Moscow at the invitation of Soviet Ambassador Yuri Dubinin in a private jet accompanied by 2 Russian colonels, his words, Trump claimed he would meet with the General Secretary of the Communist Party, Mikhail Gorbachev. That hoped-for meeting did not take place, but others did. In the barrage of talk shows and speaking appearances that followed for the next 2 years, Trump took advantage of every opportunity to return to the same theme. In a typical statement, Trump proclaimed to the 1988 Lehigh University graduating class, Forget about our enemies, Russia. We don't deal with them that much. Our friends are making billions of dollars and stripping us of our dignity. The message aligned perfectly with the KGB's talking points at the time. My father, Paul Arswald, led the U.S. Department of State's Office of Public Communication during the 1980s. His office published a pair of reports on active measures as Soviet influence operations were known, as did congressional investigators in the CIA in that era. In the United States and Western Europe, such activities had a priority objective to weaken the public support for our defensive alliances, particularly NATO. A second co-equal objective was to denigrate American institutions. Sounds like Hassan Piker. By 1990, the world was changing. Like KGB insiders, a group that included a young KGB lieutenant colonel by the name of Vladimir Putin. Oh, who's that guy? Never heard of him. But unlike almost anyone else in the West, Trump had soured on Gorbachev. In an interview with Playboy, he foresaw the Soviet Union's... Maybe there is something to those people who are like, I get it for the articles. He saw the Soviet Union's impending collapse. What you will see there soon is a revolution. The signs are all there. The demonstrations and picketing. Russia's out of control, and the leadership knows it. That's my problem with Gorbachev, not a firm enough hand. Yet, where Gorbachev came up lacking in Trump's dominance hierarchy, other unnamed Soviets earned his admiration. When asked by Playboy about top-level Soviet officials with whom he'd met to negotiate potential business deals, besides the real estate deal, he responded, generally these guys are much tougher and smarter than our representative. We have people in this country just as smart, but unfortunately they're not elected officials, he added. My Trump impression is not on it tonight, so I'm going to skip it. Trump returned to Russia in 1996-2007, and famously for the Miss Universe pageant he hosted in 2013. His children, Donald Jr. and Ivanka, took the first of their trips to Russia in 2006. In 2007, Trump sent a letter to Putin in which he effusively congratulated the Russian leader on being named Time Man of the Year. As you probably have heard, I'm a big fan of yours, he exclaimed. Each of these trips was tied to the ostensible aim of scouting locations for a hotel that, despite 30 years of effort by the deal master and epistolary displays of submission, never materialized. The story that follows is more familiar. While Trump manifestly failed to invest in Russia, Russia did not fail to invest in Trump. By 2014, Eric Trump stated to author James Dodson, "We don't rely on American banks. We have all the funding we need out of Russia," claiming further that we go there all the time. 3 years later, after his father's election to the presidency, Eric Trump vehemently disavowed this quote. Donald Trump may be dangerous, but he is not erratic. When it comes to his efforts to undermine the NATO alliance, Trump's message has been consistent for more than 36 years, ever since his first, but not his last, visit to Moscow. Sus, bruh. But yeah, I remember them talking about that a lot during the 2016 election. About those meetings he took back in the day. Anyway, moving on. This happened today. This was pretty wild. Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? This was fucking insane, dude. She's either just straight up lying or she's really this dumb.
Last address the BRT when he was on the campaign trail, his big push was on tax cuts. He's going there today as he's proposing tax hikes in the form of tariffs.
Not
and
true.
I'm curious
He's not
for
doing
why
that.
he's prioritizing that over the tax cuts.
He's actually not implementing tax hikes. Tariffs are a tax hike on foreign countries that, again, have been ripping us off. Tariffs are a tax cut for the American people, and the president is a staunch advocate of tax cuts. As you know, he campaigned on no taxes on tips, no taxes on overtime, no taxes on Social Security benefits. He is committed to all three of those things, and he expects Congress to pass them later this year.
I'm sorry, have you ever paid a tariff? Because I have.
That's
They
it.
don't get charged on foreign companies. They get charged on the importers.
And ultimately, when we have fair and balanced trade, which the American people have not seen in decades, as I said at the beginning, revenues will stay here, wages will go up, and our country will be made wealthy again. And I think it's insulting that you are trying to test my knowledge of economics and the decisions that this president has made.
Look at how defensive she got. How defensive she got. The problem is, Caroline, the problem is you showed that you don't understand it or that you're willfully lying about it. By calling it a tax cut for Americans, you either don't understand how it works or you're just doing straight up lying and propaganda for the president. It's probably the latter, right? And then you explain it away by saying, oh, we've been treated so unfairly, the classic Donald Trump line, which literally has no content to it. It's a statement with no content behind it, no substance. And then you get mad. I'm insulted. You should probably feel more bad about how you're either lying or don't know how tariffs work. It's crazy to me that after we've been talking for months and 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 explaining over and over and over and over and over again about who pays tariffs, that we're still at a point where they're parroting this crap. It's all memes. It is. We understand that these tariffs are going to be inflationary. They're starting to admit it even little bit by little bit. All the economic outlooks are not good with regards to the tariffs. All of them. And yet it's like they're just sitting there like, no, it's gonna be great. It's gonna be so good. You don't know what you're talking about. So what happens? What are you gonna say when those prices start going up? What are you gonna say then? It's Biden's fault? Probably. That's probably what they're gonna say. They're gonna say it's Biden's fault. It's all Biden. Oh, God.
They're already saying that.
Yeah, they're saying that now because it's still close enough where they can try to say that. But like as
Interview with
the
Maria
tariffs hit,
Bartiromo.
oh, I
Trump's,
know.
Maria Bartiromo said, "Oh, you inherited this terrible economy from
It's
Biden,"
just
and I'm
crazy.
like, "What the fuck are you talking about?"
Yeah, it's crazy. And then like groceries are
That
going to get
woman,
more
this
expensive.
woman, I cannot watch her. She's
Very frustrating.
No, she's very frustrated because she's not there to tell you things. She's there to tell you not to relay information. Does that make any sense? She's there to tell you, no,
Yeah, she's a
you're
talking
wrong.
head. She's a
I'm
propaganda
right.
talking head. She's like literally
Right.
like
She's
equivalent
there
to
to
like
tell
a Putin.
you're
a
feeling
Putin
the wrong.
spokesperson.
You're not understanding. I understand. Like she's not there to give information or
She's an
ask
attack
questions.
dog
She's there
against
to
the
tell you.
press. Her entire purpose right now is to be adversarial.
Like we don't see what's going on, or we don't understand what's going on, and we see the pressers and everything, and we're like, what the fuck is she talking about?
It's like a
tax
North Korean
cut.
news broadcast, but without the fun dance numbers. You're damn right. You got that right, Daniel.
There
So,
is
yeah,
one
that
thing
was
I don't
infuriating.
understand that maybe you can explain, or I don't know if Steele knows this about tariffs, right? So
What?
tariff is a tax that we pay, right?
No, the importers
Wait.
pay. So if you're going to import a tariffed thing, the person who is importing it has to pay the tariff in order to import it. The reason why it raises prices, not always, but in many cases of the tariffs that he's proposing, is it will raise prices because in order for them to maintain a profit, they need to pass that price raise on to the consumer. Are you following?
Right. But I understand that. There was something that does if
And the problem we're having is that, you know, a lot of our people can't get their products from other places, or we're not ready to do them internally, so they're going to have to keep buying them but at higher numbers, whereas the countries that we're tariffing could ostensibly go to other countries and do it for cheaper, which means that not only are we going to pay more for goods, our exports are going to go down as well. So
there's
generating less money.
There's a lot that people don't understand. It's very frustrating. I ask questions when I don't understand because I want to understand, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But like this, Trump thinks the USA is the be all end all. That's the problem. They think that everybody else is at our whims. And that's not the case. What we're doing is giving them opportunities to negotiate with other countries to get the same products they got from us, probably cheaper, and we're the ones that are going to get screwed at the end.
Well, yeah, the reason why the U.S. has been in the position that it's in
to get products from them. Let's say milk, for instance, right? Let's say there was milk, let's say milk, right? And they go, oh, we're going to tariff milk. Okay. So that's what they're going to do. They're going to try to get milk from somewhere else and then get it probably cheaper than what they get in the U.S.
So that's one of the big problems with these big tariffs, right? Is like he's saying, oh, we're going to bring manufacturing back to the United States. But the problem
in his mind, he thinks the U.S. runs everything. Like, if people don't negotiate with us, they have something to lose. And in a way, yes, they do have something to lose. But that doesn't mean that they can't negotiate with someone else. Yes, and at that point, we lost that negotiation. We lost that. Right. That's we lost. Not only did we lose the ally that we traded with, which was good for us, other people would not want to trade with us.
Yes,
so we're losing that person.
That is the problem. That is one of the big problems.
Other people will look at us and be like, I ain't fucking because he's going to tariff me.
Another big problem that we're facing is that his whole position is, okay, we're going to force people to, do manufacturing here in the United States. But that poses a couple problems. Number one, it takes time to build up that infrastructure. It takes a number of years, and it takes investment, and it takes the will to do that. And number two, he's saying okay, we're going to blanket this one country. We're going to blanket tariff this one country. But then, the importers and the companies that are going to have to pay for those tariffs and pay for those imports are probably just going to go to another country that does it. That's, not quite as cheap as the country they were getting it from that's now getting tariffed, but still cheaper than to produce it here. Because it's expensive to produce in America.
All right. It's but I think that's, his mind thinks that U.S. is the center of the world and everybody has to capitulate to him. But that's not the case. Because again, we're border.
Someone gave him this really dumb idea of how tariffs work. And the fact that the tariffs that he did in his last term were still in place, he thinks that means they worked, when in reality what happened was that tensions with China are growing, and so they were unable to negotiate a removal of the tariffs from both sides because they put on reciprocal tariffs. The only way you can undo tariffs when they're doing reciprocal tariffs is if they also agree to remove the tariffs on their end.
Right.
Whereas China is like, well, fine, give us more reason for us to produce things in-house. We have a manufacturing powerhouse. We can build shit all the time. We don't have the same restrictions that you do, right? Because we don't give a shit about our people or about our safety or any of that shit. And so they can just really quickly build new fucking factories and undercut everything else. It's... Now, that being said, the tariffs on China weren't all bad, right? There were some of them that made sense. But those were more targeted. What he's doing now is just blanket, and it's just he was like, oh, I think that worked, so we'll do it crazier, which is a dumb way to approach foreign policy and monetary policy. And Trump is single-handedly destroying the U.S. arms industry. We literally obliterated the Russian arms business when people saw how crap it was compared to our weapons. How is he single-handedly destroying the U.S. arms industry? We're increasing military spending. So I don't know how that's entirely true. People are still going to want to buy U.S. weapons.
Maybe not, because again, you know what I mean. Leaving a bad taste in your mouth, you know.
Well, you can leave. I mean, in the case of U.S. weapons, you can leave a bad taste in your mouth all you want. The difference is that our weapons are very advanced compared to our adversaries, and that does make a difference. Now, why should people buy our F-16s or F-35s? Trump shut off the jamming software for Ukrainian F-16s. We aren't trustworthy if we use supply parts and repairs. Yeah, but, you know, they're going to be betting on the fact that, I mean, if there are better technologies, yeah, that's definitely going to depend on the situation. For example, Israel's still going to buy shit. They're not going to be afraid POTUS will cut them off. He just obviously restarted the shit with Ukraine. I don't think this is enough to really put people completely off. It's definitely going to make them rethink things. But the U.S.'s arms dominance, the plentiful, the abundance of American weapons available for purchase is a big deal as well. It allows them to be somewhat cheaper than competitors. I don't think it's going to have that much of an impact.
You was investing $800 million or billion.
Excuse me, Candy, 1 second. It will have some effect on purchasing for a while, probably, but I don't think it's going to destroy the U.S. arms industry. I think that's a bit of a hyperbole. Go ahead, Candy.
I don't think, because right now the EU is going to invest $800 billion in armament, rearming their military, whatever. Do you really think they're going to be buying shit from us? I don't think so.
Yes.
I don't think so.
They absolutely will be.
I don't think so.
I mean, they will. they definitely will.
I don't think so.
Not all of it, but yeah, there's definitely going to be a good portion of it that's bought from us. Now, the reason they're going to do that is because they still have a lot of military development to go through. They're going to be investing a lot of that in research and development as well, so that they have the option to then, in the future, maybe rely less on it. But they are not just going to stop buying our weapons. That doesn't make any sense. They don't have the availability of arms and weapons yet to be able to just stop buying stuff from us at this point. That seems to be what their goal might be in the future. And we'll definitely see them, invest a lot more in weapons and arms development. But no, they are not currently at a place where they could just cut it off. I agree it's tanking our credibility.
Right.
I mean, I'm not going to disagree with that, Daniel. But, it may take a while, but we can rebuild our credibility. It's going to take a long time.
I don't think so.
Okay. It's going to take a long time, But if if the next president is somebody who's a lot more conciliatory, if we see like a Trump-like candidate really get their ass kicked, if we see votes going hard in the other direction, that will start the process of it. Now, if we see a MAGA candidate doing very well, I think if we see a MAGA candidate winning the presidency, I think at that point, yeah, our credibility is going to be in big, big, big trouble then. But there's still a chance for us to pull out. There's some damage that is done. But again, I don't see anything really permanent at this point. I see stuff that's going to be a problem for the next 4 years for sure. And even for probably, the rest of the decade at least, where we'll have to rebuild that trust. But we can rebuild that trust. If we have an administration come in that goes completely in the opposite direction, that's going to go a long way.
Mm-mm.
Do you have anything more constructive to add to that?
Constructive is because that's just wishful thinking. Once a person shows
That's
their
not
colors,
wishful
it
thinking.
doesn't
That's
matter
international
whether
relations.
a new administration comes in. Yeah, what about the administration after that? And maybe the administration after that one. We could have 3 Democratic administrations that are wonderful, but it's already implanted in their brains that if another Trump was to emerge, their security, everything about them, their negotiation, their trading, everything could be at risk. That you cannot fix. It's not fixable.
I just don't think that. That's just not true. I mean, we've seen that with other countries in history. That's just not true.
You say that, okay.
Yeah? Oh, okay. How's Germany's relations doing?
I don't know what you mean by that.
What do you mean? How's Germany's relations doing with the rest of Europe and the United States and the Western world today? It's pretty good, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's pretty good. In fact, they're one of the leaders in this new rebuilding of weaponry and strength in Europe. What were they doing almost 100 years ago? Twice.
Yeah, but they weren't
twice.
Listen, but okay, you don't see the difference between attacking our allies, people that were there when 9/11 happened, when all kinds of other shit happened, that fought with us side by side, betraying our allies, and compared to another country over there that was doing, what they were doing. It's not the same thing. We betrayed
It didn't take them 8 decades, Daniel. It didn't take them 8 decades. You're saying that now that it's their relationship with the rest of Europe has been good. West Germany had a relationship with the rest of Europe all throughout the Cold War.
Yeah, but our situation is completely different. We are betraying our allies, the people who fought next to us. There's a reason, and it's very frustrating to me at times when people, why do we gotta, we should keep investing in here and not military. Yeah, there's a reason why we have military bases around the world.
I agree.
Because
I'm not arguing that.
We share intelligence. I know you're not disagreeing with me. I'm just saying, we not only are they there, we share intelligence as well. Our allies right now, right, are reluctant to share intelligence with the U.S. because Trump is unpredictable.
Yes,
is that something
Trump
that you
is unpredictable? But Biden,
hold on,
Biden was not unpredictable, and Biden had good relations with our allies.
But it only takes one sour opportunity to sour you enough to say, okay, you know what? We don't know what's going to happen in the next 4 years. We're not going to know what's going to happen. We're going to scale back on what we might be sharing.
Until things are more stable, yes.
No, not until things were more stable. No.
Yes.
I disagree.
Based on what historical evidence?
It's not his history. It's just common sense. Why would you trust?
Common sense is a meaningless term.
It's not, because
Yes,
the
it
people.
is. There's no such thing
This
as
is all
common
being
sense. What's
negotiated
common
by
sense to
people.
one person might
People-
not be common sense to another person. We're talking about international relations. We're talking about how countries deal with each other. We're talking about long-standing
You
agreements
think
that have been around for a
honestly
very,
think-
very long
you
time.
honestly think that'd be like, oh, yeah, we should do a trade. Oh, but you think they're not gonna be like, well, you know what happened with them before? They can't be trusted.
They
You
might be
think that that's just gonna go away? No. No.
Did I say it's going to snap back and
Let
everything's
me
going to
tell
be
you
okay
something.
right away? Did I say that?
This is something. Let me
Candy,
say
did
something.
I say that? Answer my
Let me say
question.
something.
No,
Let
you
me
answer my
say
question
something. Let me say
first.
something.
Answer my
Let me
question
say
first, and then
something.
you can
Let
say
me
what
say
you want.
something. Let me
Answer
say
my question.
something.
Not until you answer
Let
my
me say something. I didn't even
question.
hear your question. Let
My
me say
question was,
something.
did I
And
say that this was going to
no,
snap back
something
right
that I find
away?
very interesting.
Yeah,
I
don't
find
get
very
Candy.
interesting. Hold on.
Candy.
Let me tell
Candy.
you something
You
that I
can tell
find
me after you
very
answer my
interesting.
question. My
No, I'm
question
not going to answer your
was,
question. I'm not going to answer your question. Listen to what
I
I'm
was
saying.
speaking first, and then you interrupted me.
No, listen to what I'm saying.
I'm
real
not
quick.
going to let you interrupt me and then take it
Real
over.
quick.
Answer my question,
This
then
is
you can
something
say what you want.
that is very, very interesting.
I don't care until you
People-
answer my question.
people-
I do
I'm
not
not
care until
answering
you
the
answer my
question
question. I was speaking
not answering
first. You
any
think
question.
you're just going to interrupt me and then take over the conversation?
I'm not taking over. I'm just trying. I was talking to begin with, and
No,
then
you
interrupted
weren't.
me.
No,
And you
I
cut me
said
off,
you
and
made
then
a
I'm
point,
trying to-
and then I responded, and then you started cutting me off.
No, I was the one who
Yes.
brought up the topic. I was the one who was talking at the time.
No, you can't go back to the beginning of the topic and be like, see, I was talking first. That's not how that works.
What do you mean from the beginning of the topic? I was
No,
talking. I was
dude, this is a
saying-
yes or no question. It's 2 seconds. The question is, did I say that as soon as somebody is elected, everything's instantly going to go back to the way it was?
No one said you said that.
Okay,
Where do you
so
get
then
that?
what do you? Because you were
Where do you
like, do you
get
think
that
it's
from?
gonna be? It's just gonna
Where
be
do you
like
get that from?
okay. And
Which is
that's not what I'm
why
saying.
I'm
I said it's
getting
gonna
to-
take time.
Let me tell you something. And this I find very fascinating. The human brain tends to hold on to bad things more than good things. And a bad incident, a sour incident, could last you a fucking lifetime. But a good time, people tend to not remember, or I don't know why the human brain works. I find it fascinating that negativity and negative things tend to linger in the human brain for years, decades, their whole life. And yet good memories tend to evaporate out of, for no reason. And this is how and I was telling you about common sense. Because it is common sense. When people have a bad experience with something or someone, that's not something that they're going to get over.
We're talking about personal relations. This is such a different thing from international relations and geopolitics. It doesn't work the same way.
Geopolitics is done by people, human beings. They're not done by robots that says, well,
no,
logically,
but you're applying Trump's logic and how he deals with things to all of the other leaders.
No. Trump has no logic. He's out of it.
You're applying to the way you're applying the way he reacts to other world leaders, and that's not how they react. We're still not at a place where we have done permanent damage. There are ways to bring this back.
I disagree. Because
what is it?
Again,
what is it that's permanent damage?
The human mind tends to remember the bad things more than the good.
The tariffs could all be negotiated down.
All it takes is for us to sour. And this is just how long we've been, like what, a month, 2 months and a half into this administration. It's going to sour, and it just every day it just sours more and more and more, and people will remember this. And another president that comes in.
Again, I'm not saying it's going to happen right away.
It's not going to. It's going to. We soured the relationship because now they're realizing.
So you're saying it's fucked already? It's all fucked. All of our alliances are permanently fucked. That's crazy.
It is fucked.
You realize that's a crazy interpretation, right?
People are opening their eyes. people are saying,
Oh, you sound
"Oh
like a
yeah, we're
conspiracy
relying
theorist.
too much on the U.S. We got to start stockpiling our own stuff. We got to start doing our own thing because we can't rely. Not we're already known as non-reliable.
The idea that this is permanently irreversible is just, I mean, it's just demonstrably untrue by all of history.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
By all of history.
Germany is completely different. It has nothing to do with their screwing over their allies and shit like that. Because not only is he souring the relationship we have with our
Countries have
allies,
changed their alliances many times over the years. This is like, look, there's nothing that's been done that's not reversible eventually. It doesn't mean it's going to happen right away. There are things we're going to have to mend. We're going to have a leader who comes in and works hard to rebuild that trust. But the idea that this is somehow, okay, now everybody hates us forever, that is an irrational approach.
No. That I never said people are gonna hate us forever. Yeah, on the surface, yeah, they're gonna wanna say, okay, yeah, we're cool. But deep down, we've burnt bridges. And those bridges are not gonna be mended.
I just don't think we're there yet. Doesn't seem like we're there yet.
I think we are. I think we are.
I think the rhetoric from these countries reflects that we're not there yet.
What countries?
Canada, Europe, all of these different places.
Canada is fucking super pissed.
Canada is super pissed, and yet their prime minister in every fucking speech says, listen, American people, we know this isn't you. We know this is your government. We have such a long time alliance with you. We're dealing with this right now, and we hope we'll get through this and things will go back to the way we were. But this is the situation we're in right now. This is the type of rhetoric that's coming from these different places.
We'll never go back to the way we were. Never.
You make these,
never.
Again, you make these
they
like crazy, hardcore positions on stuff, which don't reflect like the history of the world and how relationships between countries work. There are ways to come back from this. The idea that one dumbass guy making dumbass decisions means everything's kaput for ages and ages and ages is an more irrational position than saying that there are ways to come back from this.
It's not. It's not. Even if
you could say it's not all day, but no, again, the history is on my side on this argument.
Right. And it took Germany how many years to earn that trust from people?
I mean, West Germany was with the Allies through the entire Cold War.
And they didn't fucking go and fucking fuck over the Allies, so yeah.
Germany
again,
fucked
in
over
the interest of diplomacy,
Germany,
these people will say, "Oh yeah."
Germany fucked over countries that it was allied with in World War I and World War II. That shit happened. Okay? West Germany joined the Allies in 1955.
To be clear, it was little gum.
Yeah, so they still allied.
Yeah.
And they,
in the interest of diplomacy,
and they rebuilt that relationship. They rebuilt that relationship. Did they not? Baby up.
In the interest of diplomacy, yeah, on the surface they're gonna be like, we're good now, yeah. But deep down, that it's gonna that bad taste is gonna stay there.
Fine.
It's not
Let's say
not
what you're saying is true. Let's say what you're saying is true, right? If we're talking about how things play out, deep down doesn't really matter. What matters is the alliances and the deals that we make. Let them be mad deep down. If we're able to rebuild those diplomatic alliances, we can mend that relationship over time, right?
No.
What really matters in the real world is the agreements that we have.
I disagree.
You disagree that what matters in the real world is the agreements that we have?
I disagree. I don't
You think
think
the
that
fifis are more important?
the what? The
The
what?
fifis.
The baby?
The fifis,
No.
the feels, the feelings.
The trust that they, you know what I mean, that's there is not going to be there anymore.
I mean, it's just, look, if you're suggesting that it's not able to be rebuilt, that's just not true. Here's the point I think Kenny's saying. It's not that they hate us, just that they said they can't trust us like they used to. Look it up, Prime Minister. Yeah, absolutely. Right now, we are not a reliable defense partner. But the idea that them saying right now we are not a reliable defense partner means that we will never be a reliable defense partner is not a reasonable position. There are ways for us to pull back our alliances and rebuild that trust. You can break trust and rebuild it. That happens. People do that. Countries do that. The idea that we're somehow, okay, that's it, it's over, especially with the military power that we have, the economic power that we have, the idea that it's impossible for us to build back that trust is not a reflection of reality. If we continue...
It is. They're already looking for other places where they could get stuff that they get from us.
That's great.
They're making negotiations
if we
with
continue
India,
to act this way in the long term, then we're looking at truly long-term permanent damage. But the idea that this presidency is going to permanently and irrevocably damage our relationships is not true.
Will.
It's not going to be true.
It will.
This is a very naive position to hold. This is a very short-sighted and naive position to hold.
On what you see already, the EU is investing $800 billion to do that.
Yes, because right now we are not a reliable defense partner. But do you think there's not a world? Okay, for example, there's not a future where we are going to make a more a bilateral, more even defense pact with the newer, stronger Europe. That could be something that happens in the future, where it's not them just relying on us, but there's a more even contribution to it as a result of them investing more money, and then us having a more reliable leader in the future that they can negotiate with. Just because they're becoming stronger and deciding that, okay, right now we can no longer rely completely on the United States doesn't mean that we can't then rebuild the trust and form a new look and a new side of alliance. Maybe NATO's going to look different, or maybe there'll be something new. I think this is Hopian who's on the FIFAs now. It's not fucking history! It's fucking history, Daniel! It's fucking history. The idea that countries have once had an issue like this, which, by the way, we haven't even actually invaded anyone. It's just a fucking crackpot being a crackpot. The idea that this kind of shit isn't reparable,
it is
that's insane. That's insane to me. When we get to the point where we're like publicly making, we can't say every single thing in history repeats identically. Now who's in the fucking fifis? Now who's in the fucking random ass shit? No, who's saying that we're doing it identically? What we're saying is that time and again over time, countries repair their relationships with former adversaries. Look at that. We're fucking friends with Vietnam, for God's sake. We're friends with Vietnam now. Hello?
Yeah, I wouldn't consider that like a good. There's, I think some of our relations are just relations because people fear us. That's a good point to make. Well, we have good relations. It's not necessarily because they want to be friends with the U.S. It's because maybe they fear the U.S. and it's better to be on our good side than be on our bad side, the way they see it.
I think they see that probably right now with Trump. But another leader comes in. Do you think that's how they're still going to see it?
Yeah.
Okay, so
I
let's
don't think.
say, fucking Josh Shapiro or Pete Buttigieg or one of them becomes president. You think they're going to look at them and say, "Oh, we'd rather be friends because we're scared of them, our allies"?
No, you really don't think that Vietnam be like, yeah, oh yeah, we're friends now, and not deep down think, yeah, because if we're not, we're gonna get fucked.
They don't like Russia because they're still doing bullshit. In the 90s, when they were trying to rebuild relations after the fall of the Soviet Union, those relations were getting better. They were building bridges. Putin burned that bridge. But if Russia were to change and they had a new regime with a new direction, there's definitely a chance that they could do it in a better direction. They're going to be cautious at first, but if they're able to prove over time that they are reliable allies and that they don't go back on their agreements, yeah, they can build a positive relationship. We're talking about world relations. It's not like fucking friend who fucked you over. We live in the world. We have to deal with other countries. The idea that you're not going to be able to rebuild these bridges and rebuild trust, it's just not a realistic interpretation. If Putin hadn't done the shit that he had done, Russia would have generally good relations with the Western world right now. If Russia hadn't done the shit that they had done, they would have generally good relations with the rest of the world right now. NATO exists in order to build that trust. Putin violated that trust over and over and over again, so we can't trust him. But he's still in power! He's still in power! If a new leader comes into Russia and they start saying, we want to turn over a new leaf, we want to try to approach the rest of the world from a more constructive perspective, we'll be cautious about it, but we'll try to do it. We're going to put safeguards in place, but we'll probably try to do it. Just like we did in the 90s after the Soviet Union, who'd been fucking with us and backward and the other way around for decades and decades and decades, we still tried to build with them.
I agree. It's hopium.
I'm rolling my eyes right now at this point. I mean, it's just like history doesn't matter. The fact that we have to live in the world at the same time. The fact of the matter that we have to live in the same world and try to build relations doesn't matter to anybody. It's just, oh yeah, we're fucked because we don't like Trump. Because we want Trump. We want to be so mad at Trump that Trump is fucking everything up, which he is, by the way, that we can't agree that there's another world after this where we make it better because Trump is so terrible and we have to hate everything that he does. The idea that there's not a world after this where we can rebuild our relationships with our allies is just not realistic.
Trump being in office opened the eyes of a lot of people who were very reliant on the U.S., who thought, okay, we wouldn't do this. No, we're not going to do that. It's opened a lot, not just here, everywhere across the world. And then new people we could negotiate with are also observing and saying, that motherfucker can't be trusted. I ain't going there.
Yeah, that motherfucker can't be trusted.
I said the U.S. can't be trusted, not Trump.
The U.S. has been trusted.
Today we have Trump.
For
tomorrow we can have somebody else.
And decades.
But then
the idea that these entire huge, massive agreements that we've made with countries around the world is going to be exploded and blown up by one dude for ever. It's just not real. There are ways to come back from this after Trump, if we go in the right direction.
I don't think so.
The Soviets fucked with the rest of the world for decades and decades and decades. And then, when the Union fell, after decades of them fucking with the rest of the world, they still tried to build relations with them. And it was going well until Putin came along, and it was going well with him for a little bit, and then he started doing the crazy shit, and then all the relations with them fell apart. In comparison,
What the damage
we've
that I'm
got-
talking about is the damage that is the damage that I'm talking about is the damage that then realizing, yeah, okay, Trump is here today, we can't deal with him. Yeah, we might get a new one, but in the future we might get another type of Trump person. So we can't be completely 100% fixed. You can't fix that because
it's gonna be
now
that
in
way
the back
for
of
a
their
little
mind,
while.
they're gonna
It's
think,
gonna see. This is the thing. It's like the reason why I called this short-sighted is because that feeling is going to be there for a little while, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be there
Okay.
forever.
And people
That is something that you
remember,
can
and people
rebuild.
remember bad experiences more than they do good ones for some reason.
Okay, so
And
you've
the
never
only-
been so in your life. You've never had somebody who wronged you that later you ended up forgiving and you built a friendship with?
No,
That's crazy.
nope.
That's happened with me. I've had that happen plenty of times. And they never fucked me over again either.
Because you're a baby goat.
Okay, thank you for the useless response. Listen,
You're a little goat. That's why.
the idea that we cannot ever rebuild our alliances and our friendships is just not realistic. It's not realistic.
Okay, and you got the hopium, so I hope it
So
works
I
out. for
compare
you.
this to someone cheating in a relationship. Sometimes it gets mended, other times it's too damaged. Yes, that's true. However, we're not talking about relationships. We're talking about geopolitics and international relations, which are bigger than interpersonal relations. There is a need to mend those relationships. While they do not trust us right now, they would much rather be on good terms with us long term than not. And they're going to want to rebuild that shit, if possible, if somebody who's much more reasonable comes along than Trump. And yes, there's going to be some caution, right? But if we are able to stay on a positive track for an extended period of time, over time, that caution will dissipate. And over more time, it will dissipate further. And then we can go back
No.
to a sort of status quo. Don't just say no!
No.
It's gonna start to be like a mix, dude. It's not gonna. It's probably neither. If there's a new president who's going in the right direction, it's going to be because they want to trust us, but they don't know if they can, and so they need to test the waters. And if we continue to prove that we are worthy of that trust again, over time they will trust us. Under Trump, it's I don't know if they fear us that much because they seem to be wanting to push away. But if we are able to bring in someone who's more level-headed, they will start with like, okay, we want to trust them because of the long history we had. That's positive. And over time, if we're able to prove that trust again, they will trust us over time. But we do have to work to prove that again. Because at first, they are going to have problems trusting us. They're going to be cautious, they're going to dip their toes in the water, and they're going to try to rebuild that trust. And we do have to rebuild that. That's true, obviously. But that doesn't mean that we can never build it again. That's just not, it's just not a realistic interpretation.
According to you, but I think it is.
According to the history of geopolitics and international relations, which, by the way, I literally spent the first 18 years of my life completely immersed in and surrounded by. I mean, fuck, I was in Russia during part of that period. I was living there.
Again, that's your interpretation.
That's not interpretation. That's what happened.
Okay.
That is what happened. So you're denying that that's what happened? The events that I laid out as I described them, vis-a-vis Russia post-Soviet Union, you're denying that that's true?
Testing 1, 2, 3.
We can hear you. We can hear you, buddy. Voice crack. Fuck.
Yeah. So, what were you saying?
Which part?
I missed the. You deny that this is true. We were talking about Russia post-Soviet Union.
That there wasn't an attempt to build relations, and the building of those relations was going positively, even through to the beginning of Putin's term until he started doing the shit in Chechnya.
No, I disagree with that. I believe the last sincere person was probably Gorbachev. I think Yeltsin was a bit of a drunk. And
Yeltsin was a drunk, but that doesn't mean he wasn't sincerely trying to build relations with the United States.
He was looking out more for his own interests until he got booted,
Regardless, we're not really talking about the Russian leaders themselves. What we're talking about is the rest of the world's approach, because that's the problem
the rest
here.
Of the world approach to who?
Okay, this is what we're talking
Russia,
about.
I'm talking Russian about Federation, the new Russian Federation.
What I'm talking about is that Trump is ruining our relations with our partners
permanently,
and not just
is what
that.
she's saying.
Hold on, he's ruining the relation with our partner, but not only that, people who are not our partners are also watching and seeing what's being done, and they're not going to trust us. So he's ruining the trust of known partners and ruining a potential partners. And I'm telling him,
permanently being
people
the
are
keyword.
now getting wiser and they're not going to trust us as they did.
Ever.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. I think it's hard to say definitively one way or another, but I will say that the level of trust that they had, that's probably gone for decades. I don't know if that's going to come back.
I didn't say decades. I didn't say for sure.
I lean more towards a lesser level of trust being rebuilt. And the reason I say that is when we think of the example of even Germany post-World War II, well, what happened? There was not only a reformation of the government, of the military, but also of the people. We still have, there's half of the country who believes that 2020 was a hoax and a sham and a fraud, that COVID was designed, to basically take Trump out of office, so that his poll numbers would be bad.
Right.
So if we're dealing with that same level of delusion in terms of half of the country,
yeah, it's obviously a problem.
Then that's going to have to be addressed first, because if that's not addressed first, then no, it's not going to get back to the same level of trust. Why would it? Because
I
Europe
agree.
is going to say it's
I'm
going to be a dice roll.
So be clear, I'm not saying that it's just going to be some easy thing, we vote the right guy in and everything's going to be okay again. What I'm saying is that they're going to lose trust in us now, and it's going to take a lot of work and a good bit of time of us proving that trust again, not just from the top down, but through the populace as well, in order for us to rebuild that trust. But the idea that this is some sort of permanent thing is an unrealistic point of view. I'm not saying that we are necessarily going to get that trust back, but what I am saying is there is definitely a path to get that trust back. And it starts with us electing somebody who's going to show the rest of the world and show our allies that this was a one-off thing. It starts with us showing the populace that they were wrong about this. And, depending on how things go with Trump, that could be something that we show. Maybe the way that trust is built back looks a little different. Maybe the way that we build these new alliances looks a little different, and they probably will, because the EU is going to spend a shit ton of money building up a new military paradigm from their end. So, the way maybe a NATO looks, or some sort of new agreement that's a little bit, that, relies a little less on the United States and is a little more like equal across the board, is something that we could see more. in the future. But the idea that what Trump is doing over, a total of 8 years is going to permanently and forever damage our relationships with our allies, I think is a far more irrational belief than the idea that there is a world where we can rebuild that trust.
I think there's a world where we could rebuild that trust. Definitely is possible, but I do see the problem is that that's going to be a lot harder to even get to that possibility because of the fact that you mentioned about, well, if you can prove to people that it's a one-off thing. Well, 4 years ago, the rest of the world thought that it was a one-off thing and that, the country had regained its sanity and that the fever had broken. But of course, as we know, that's not the case. So it's sort of hard to it's not saying it's impossible, but it's hard to say, oh, just kidding. But when you have a record that shows it's sort of wishy-washy, and there's going to be a little bit of hesitation to say, well, is it really going to happen?
So I agree with the hesitation. And I'm not arguing with that, right? And there's going to be hesitation on the part of our allies as well. I'm not saying that this is just going to get wiped away. It's going to take time to rebuild that trust, and we're going to have to work on how the population engages with information, how the population engages with politics. These are all true things, and I've never in the course of this conversation said otherwise. My point is that Candy is putting forth this idea that we've now permanently fucked our alliances, and that's just not a realistic thing. It's going to take time to rebuild them. It's going to take work to rebuild them. But again, the idea that this is now forever, this new paradigm is just not realistic to me. There are definitely ways to come back from this, and it's not like that. It's not that out of the realm of possibility either.
I don't think so. But my point is you already see the EU is planning investing 800 billion
Yes,
for
I've
the
talked about
military.
this 4 times already during this
Can you
conversation.
stop talking to Juicy so he could hear my point of view? Okay, you see them already create also an alliance with India, investing in India. So eventually, all these allies that we had are going to separate from the U.S. Will that be reparable? I don't think so. There's always going to be an underlying fear that this can happen again, and they're going to start securing their own positions. The ones that are going to be affected by it is going to be us, because while they're negotiating deals with other countries to get the shit they used to get from us, we're not going to be able to do that type of negotiation because now we're going to be considered an unstable country. And that's damaging, and that's not going to be something that you could just fix. That's my point.
I think it's hyperbolistic, but okay. I think she wanted you to respond, Daniel.
I was just saying my point.
Yeah, I mean, largely speaking, there is a path, but that path sort of grows smaller and smaller each day. In terms of just establishing, fundamental. There has to be sort of a fundamental basis of reality to even be able to reestablish that. So it's not impossible, but it's going to be a very, very, very steep uphill battle. And it's going to be it's going to be a touch and go thing. It's sort of like when someone's in the ICU, as to whether or not they pull through. It's a lot of times the doctors can do quite a bit with medicine and sometimes with procedures, but part of it's whether or not the person is just going to be able to pull through on their own. Part of it, they've got to do something.
I don't necessarily disagree with that interpretation. I'm not saying again, I've not said, my whole point has not been, yeah, it's going to be easy for us to do this. My whole point has been like, it's possible, and I see a pathway to it, and that the idea that it's irrevocably and permanently damaged is not realistic, at least not at this point.
Yeah, I can sort of see that. Oh, by the way, are you able to fix my name so my normal name shows up?
Yeah.
Yes,
sorry.
Daniel. No, that was my bad.
Let me
How's
go
it going,
ahead and
everybody?
do that. Hey, Victoria.
Well, you know, Josh wanted to do it. You know, they don't know how to use computers.
Yeah.
So I just fixed it for him. But then Daniel, you took a break, so welcome back.
Which one do you want it to be? Dosney's Law?
Do you? Yeah. Do you? Hold on. Give me a second. I'm slow.
Yeah, I've never actually.
Or Jordan,
done
can you
this.
just do it because you're on your computer?
Where do I do it?
You're at a keyboard.
My kick one is fine.
Oh, Daniel Liddick?
Yeah.
Okay. I've literally never fucked with anybody's name before because, you know, I'm a responsible mod. So I'm like looking at this to try and fix it.
Actually, I don't remember what I did because I'm on mobile, and it made it too stupidly easy. And I thought it was like you. I think for accounts, you know, you can have your own personal nickname for them, but it applied to the server.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, I was like, whatever. I was
members,
like,
user management members. Maybe I can do it here. Okay. So it's not easy to find.
I got it. I'm taking care of it.
Okay, thank you for coming to my rescue.
Continue discussion about Tariff.
I don't know how much further we can argue this at this point. I feel like Daniel and I are kind of coming to a decent similar conclusion here, no?
About what?
Talking about repairing damage with our allies in the long term.
I agree with the fact of it being possible, but I'm not as optimistic as I was. There has to be a lot of things that shift for me for that optimism to grow, for it to be able to give back where it was.
So I agree with that from a certain perspective, but I also feel like we're looking at it, you know, like purely from the perspective of the damaged relationships. You know, new leaders can come in, not just from us, but in other countries. And, you know, there is still the fact of the matter that as it stands, we'll see how it is by the end of the term, right? As it stands, the dollar is still the world's reserve currency. We still are like the primary armor of weapons around the world. So that can be like part of leverage of rebuilding that trust. There are all of these other factors that can go into it. So like we'll see, but obviously, yeah, I'm not saying it's like going to be easy, but there's a path for us to rebuild, and there are certain things we can do to sort of sweeten that deal along the way.
And I mean, if you're going for a glass half full approach, I mean, at least Viktor Orban likes us.
Wow, that is certainly a glass half full approach. Anyway, yeah, that's where I am. Let's see if is Steel still awake. Steel, are you there?
Hmm?
Oh, you are there. Have you been listening to this, or are you like half asleep?
I've been listening somewhat to your ramblings.
He's having surströmming.
He's eating surströmming, yeah. Do you want to input anything?
About what?
About what we've been talking about?
I don't remember what you've been talking about.
Talking about. That's fine. We were just talking about the possibility and the ways to long-term rebuild American trust with our allies, essentially.
That gone. You don't have any.
Yeah, so that's the crux of it. I think there's a world where that's not permanent. They're saying that's 100. Well, not Daniel. Candy's saying that's forever permanent.
Oh no, it's not forever permanent.
That's what I'm saying. But it's going to take a lot of work.
It'll take fairly consistent assurances that the behavior of the U.S. won't change due to one administration.
Yeah. And that's gonna.
And I do think
that's gonna take probably a couple decades of consistency and stability.
Yeah.
At least.
You're not looking at anytime soon. Be like
no.
150 years, 200.
But we probably will be able to rebuild some deals in the short term in certain bilateral agreements.
Maybe.
But long-term trust that has to be demonstrated.
Yeah, I mean, sure, possibly some deals can be restructured. Not as beneficial to have them. So you want to be happy.
Like I was talking about, NATO will obviously look very different going forward, or there may end up being like some sort of new agreement in the future. That's probably a little more, a little less reliant on American intervention and a little more equal.
I mean, possibly.
Or, NATO itself will stay, but like the dynamics will change.
Pretty sure that the military alliance is
What'd you say, bud?
I said I think I'm pretty much sure that military alliance is dead. You're seeing the last rumblings of it.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't. The outlook is definitely not good.
I think you're going to see more U.S. EU clashes in the next 20 years.
In what sense?
And us no longer being politically or geopolitically aligned.
Well, I mean, that certainly depends on what the next administrations look like.
Obviously it does.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, I think the next administrations, and at least this is like the analysis from a lot of European leaders, is it's going to look fairly similar.
Oh, Candy's leaving. Good night, Candy.
Night, everyone. Bye.
See you next time. I mean, that really depends on, I think that depends largely on the economic situation in the United States. That tends to be one of the biggest factors for how people vote. Yeah. You have any thoughts, Victoria?
No comment.
Okay.
Hello, Victoria. Hi.
Yes, hello.
How you been? It's been a minute.
I've been pretty good. Just
Yeah.
busy. Busy.
Things crazy.
I mean, yeah, relatively speaking, sure.
Yeah. Oh boy. At least we had a nice well, I don't know about nice, but a not as bad as we thought it was going to be inflation report today. But
Yeah.
outlook on it isn't great because this report doesn't account for the tariffs. So that's fun. That's fun. Anything you guys want to talk about?
I'm gonna have to get.
Pardon?
No, I'm gonna have to go to bed.
All right.
You didn't go to bed last night, did you?
I just get to bed last.
Were you out clubbing?
I was not out.
Hmm?
I was not out clubbing.
What were you doing up all night?
I was not
Insomnia?
up. I was not up all night.
Isn't it like 7 a.m. your time, something like that?
I mean, today or yesterday?
Well, it's just after midnight my time. So you're 6 or 7 hours ahead of me.
right now.
No,
Literally
I've been half asleep in this thing.
in this thing.
Yeah, wherever you might call it.
You're still rolling around in bed. I'm just supposed to be at work.
Yeah, no, I'm rolling around in bed.
Well, this is the first time I've seen Daniel in a while. Juicy.
Yeah, he's been
What's he been
he's
up
been
to?
getting it back into it a little bit.
That's cool.
Yeah.
So I don't always pay attention. What's going on with Daniel? He's like, I don't know. Some bunch of chatter from the other two, and I'm like, I don't know what the fuck you guys are talking about.
The other one? The other Daniel?
Yeah.
I think he was just I think they were just fucking
Seems
with
like
each
he
other
just
back
like
and
lashed
forth.
out of nowhere or some shit.
I thought he was like I didn't look at the whole conversation, but I thought he was just like
I didn't either.
fucking with him because he's made jokes like that to me before. But I didn't like look at the whole conversation, to be honest. I don't know.
Okay. Night.
Night, buddy.
Bye.
Hey.
Yeah, I don't know. I know he and Josh like trade barbs pretty frequently, and both of them can get pretty claws out at each other. But
yeah,
I figure if either one gets too bad, they'll let us know.
Well, I mean, you can look at Mod Chat, for example. Now, Josh wasn't catching on to what I was really saying there. And that's not really directed at Daniel per se. It's just like, we just need to be careful about saying certain things. And so, I mean, I've had many conversations with Josh about this too. I'm like, you need to stop advertising things.
Okay, about like the medication and stuff.
Yeah, and I would suggest, for obvious reasons, all around, if you catch my drift.
Yeah, for sure. For TOS.
Well, yeah, I mean, also, that will come back, that can come back and bite certain
like
people in the ass.
Personal thing, yeah. No, that makes sense, yeah. That's fair. Good looking out.
I'm looking out for you. I mean,
No, I
because I
know.
could
That's what I'm
just turn a
saying.
mirror
Like, I
at you and
appreciate
be
that.
like, I mean, it can go in all directions. Do you see what
Yeah.
I'm saying? It's
Yeah,
like, yeah,
absolutely. Yeah.
that's that kind of conversation's got to chill, like for everybody's sake.
Yeah. Okay.
But I hope he's doing okay. I assume he just had a bad day or something.
Daniel?
Yeah, because last time I thought I talked to him, I thought it was all right.
Yeah, he's. I mean, I'm pretty sure he's chilling you. He can get a little. He can get a. I mean, like, he can get a little testy in text chat, but also like, that's just sort of sometimes his communication style. He's usually not that bad. He's a lot easier to talk to. Also, like, well, you know my opinion on debating in text, right? It's the fucking worst. It's why I don't really want to do it anymore.
Yeah.
And so, like, that's probably an element of it as well. Like, you know, the lack of tone makes things get lost in the sauce. That's also why I like, you know, like I still have that politics general chat essentially muted from my end.
Yeah, I have most like I'll look at it occasionally, but
yeah. But yeah, like I mean, you've talked to him in general. He's like totally fine when you're talking to him one on one, right? Or like in a voice chat. It's just sometimes things get miscommunicated, and if he, as a person I know him, if he senses that someone's fucking with him, he's gonna fuck with him right back. So that's just how he is. Sometimes he needs to dial back the way he fucks with him back a little bit. I agree.
yeah. Yeah, that's your problem.
Yeah. But yeah. Also, as like an update, I don't know if you noticed, Thanos, for the meantime, in order to stay focused on his studies, he let me know he's left the server temporarily.
Oh, okay, that's good to know.
Yeah, but he and we're still like talking behind the scenes and shit. So he's good. He's doing good.
When did he tell you that?
Like a couple days ago. Literally, like a couple days.
Okay.
Ago. Yeah.
Makes sense.
Yep.
Yeah.
So that's that. Yeah. But I do want to keep growing the server. I don't know if you notice, like every once in a while, someone new will trickle in, right?
Yeah, I did notice. I think
figured, like,
streaming, there was a couple of people that had
yeah. But also, I figure like the more people there are, the less like
it will fan out.
People will be less
dogpiling.
directed at each other individually.
It's very easy to dogpile Daniel and vice versa.
Yeah.
I mean, even you've even noticed like you know, Josh and I will like even like talk shit to each other like kind of nastily too.
Yeah, for sure.
So.
But yeah, I definitely feel like as it grows bigger, shit will fan out. It'll be less focused on like a single person, and oddly enough, it'll make it easier for us to like mod as well. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because I mean, obviously, you know, my mod style is a lot different. You're the server owner, so it's ultimately, you know,
I feel like I have to be a
little.
Thing. That's why I like having you, is because like even though you and I might disagree sometimes on mod stuff, like you can be far more aggressive with your mod style in a way that sometimes I feel like I can't always be. Because
and I mean, and so it just comes back to communication between the two of us. Like, you know, I don't,
100%.
Like, I'm not in the business of just like randomly deleting messages and stuff like that. But sometimes when I do it, even though when it's cryptic and it doesn't make sense, it's like, nah, there's a good reason behind it.
Right, exactly. What's up, Mo?
Hello.
How you doing, buddy?
Oh, he's back. What's up?
He is back.
What's up?
Look who it is, bud. He was asking about you earlier. He was worried about you.
Yeah, I took a hiatus and I don't know, I unfriended pretty much like everybody on my list. There was like a whole bunch of shit that happened 2 weeks
I
ago.
noticed.
The biggest reason I did that was because how it tracks you in like other servers and conversations with other people, and that shit was pissing me the fuck off. I was like, you know what?
Yeah,
So I'm
because I
checking all
noticed
this
you
stuff.
left a certain other server that you frequented pretty often.
Yeah.
Yeah, I there was a situation that happened there that just
Oh no, there's tea.
yeah.
There's tea. Oh
Oh,
right,
guess
we were
what?
supposed to
Sorry,
talk about
I
the
got some good news.
tea after the last stream, and we didn't end up doing that.
Victoria, I got some good news.
What's that?
I'm taking a college admission test exam,
Yeah.
and
Nice.
I'm heading to college. But I'm actually been doing good with my education, with my Arabic learning, everything. I know how to
Oh,
read and
good.
write properly now.
That's good.
Buddy, I'm
That's
proud of
really
you,
good.
buddy.
Mm. I've been
That's
living good,
awesome.
so yeah, I do pharmacology in college.
Pharmacology?
Yeah,
Nice.
medical.
Pharmacology's good. Lucrative.
Because think about it realistically, bro. Cybersecurity. Hold on. Let me just speak, okay? Until I finish, okay?
Okay.
If I'm gonna work as a cybersecurity, like I'm gonna work for free for 1 year as a fucking intern, and like if I don't do good, for an example, I'm probably gonna get kicked out, or like the owner will replace me. Second thing, it's kind of fucking dead because the hacking world back in 2009, it was so fucking popular. Now nowadays, companies have top-notch tools, equipment, all that stuff.
Yep.
You cannot fucking penetrate any system, so the hacking world is clearly fucking dead. Like there's no point. The only thing
Well,
that is good in the
that's not
IT.
exactly true. It's just now shifted. The tactics, like attack vectors. I mean, a lot of the same old shit is just out there. But in terms of like employability, I mean, if you're talking about like red team versus blue teaming, like if you want to do like ethical hacker, white hacker, black, like kind of like
Can I
what you
speak?
said. It's just like unless you really shine and show your shit. If you can even get an internship, and you don't have to necessarily, but you really have to stand out amongst the
Yeah.
crowd to like go because I mean at this point there's so many certifications required for I mean even in private sector if you want to work for like a mid to like larger corporation.
But here's the thing too. I know what you're saying is right. Yep. But the thing is too, like if you want to, like the most popular thing like right now for cybersecurity, it's bug bounty, which you can make a lot of money, or
Yeah.
app development. That's the only thing.
Yeah, you can do that.
Yeah, but
I
like
feel
I'm not
like
gonna do it. I'm
app development is kind of fallen off a bit.
how? But app development.
No.
No?
Not really, because if you think about it, like you find what app people want to use or want to have, because everyone these days on their fucking phone 24/7. You have to think realistically, Jordan. Let's just
Well,
say someone makes an app like fucking Discord, they will earn a lot of fucking money.
the thought that the reason I'm thinking that, and again, admittedly, this is just off the top of my head, but the reason I was thinking that is that like so many apps are like, so many functions are super centralized around certain apps now, right? Like how often do you download new apps nowadays? Way less than you used
Yeah,
to.
but you're talking about like the consumer sector, like that wouldn't be like business
Oh, that's
commercial.
true. You're 100% right.
Yeah.
Which you're going to have a lot more hybridization. You're going to have a lot more specialization. So you don't usually just take a COTS product and just stick it into an
I
enterprise
retract
environment.
my previous statement. You are absolutely.
But yeah, like I like what you're saying from like the end user like consumer perspective.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. Sure.
Yeah.
Good point.
But like what I'm trying to say is it's kind of like pretty much dead in my opinion. I mean, you can get no opportunity pretty much, and like if you want to be, you know, no one is gonna hack or do anything nowadays because everything is just secure, equipped. So I mean, it's really shifted. It's like it's like how the law, like the Japanese law, implemented a lot of rules against the Japanese yakuza, for an example, that you can't have IDs, you can't have whatever, go anywhere, go to a bar. Pretty much, the hacking world from the dark side is just pretty much restricted as fuck. If you try to hack a bank, you would like get fucking jailed. I mean, that's just a prime example, and I'm not trying to like say I'm gonna hack a
Crypto
bank.
hackers, ransomware. I mean, there's, but yeah, I mean, in a general sense, you're correct.
So
unless you
it's
know
no
what you're
point
doing.
pursuing a career that is gonna die in like what 10 to 5 years.
Nope. Every time we harden, we introduce new opportunities.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, like, this may or may not
But
happen. Like,
like
we still
coming
don't
in,
know. But
coming in entry level though is admittedly very difficult, and then especially with the requirements, you know, upfront requirements. It's just like when you come in like with nothing in hand, essentially. Like if you don't have a master's degree, if you don't have like, you know, like trade school degrees, if you don't have like certificates X, Y, and Z, which there's, you know, layers and layers and tiers for that, depending on the sector, especially, like, it's
Yeah.
tough.
Yeah, I mean, cybersecurity is just a cooked career. It's just a cooked career. I mean, and that's it. Because you got to
Well,
think about it too. For bug bounty, for an example, you need to have a lot of good money. And prove me wrong. I'm here, like, just prove me wrong. But like, that's how I thought of it. You need to buy like top-notch fucking tools if you want to like you know, exploit a fucking website or whatever, and just report to the fucking company because the things that are used like Wireshark, Metasploit, or whatever, they're
Yeah,
fucking weak compared to the new equipment. You
absolutely.
have to stay up to date.
100%. When we're talking about commercial grade hardware and software, I mean, yeah, you're talking next level. Like versus just, you know, attacking like, you know, a client, like a home client like myself.
Yep. But yeah,
um,
for me, I'm just gonna do med, and I've been doing good in math. I've been doing chemistry, physics. Been doing a lot better things, man. I mean, no, I'd just rather stay in med.
Well, just think of this. You know, while you're doing all that, mesh networks and
What does that
Bluetooth
mean?
wide. Meshtastic. I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. I hated it. God damn
Anyway,
it.
I'm gonna have to go fix my room soon somewhere, guys. See you later, man.
oh, okay. See you, buddy.
All right.
All right, and
Victoria.
don't delete me all the time, Victoria. Holy shit, man.
Wait, what?
Don't fucking delete me, bro. You deleted me.
No, I told you I took everybody off my list.
Yeah, and I need to buy my own nitro later on, bruh. In 4 months. Oh, it's been past my birthday, by the way. I'm 24 now.
Hey, happy birthday.
Hooray.
You want to
Good.
see my cake?
Yeah.
Hold on.
I already
I
saw
bought.
it. It's a fine cake.
Yeah, it's
Lovely
inside.
cake.
It's basically inside like Ferrero Rocher chocolate.
Ooh, very nice.
Oh, hold on. Let me just get on cam. I can show you guys the fucking cake.
I'm on
Here.
stream, buddy.
Check that. Oh, can you see me?
Okay, not on the stream. I moved. You're not on the screen now.
Yeah, I can see you.
All
Good
right.
catch, buddy.
So this is the cake here. Already here inside. It's already been cut off like from twice, but like see the chocolate, the 2 layers of
Yeah,
chocolate.
like in that white ganache. I think that's what that is.
And look at general chat. You can see happy birthday, Mo. Yeah, pretty much.
Daniel, goofball.
What?
He said,
Anyway,
gotta make sure he specifies when he asks if you want to see his cake.
Oh, that's funny. Anyway, see you guys later.
All right, see you,
Bye.
buddy.
Night.
Victoria, I'm curious about your thoughts, and obviously, if you can't share them, just no comment as usual. But what do you think about the actual potential for like a revolution in quantum cryptography?
What do I think about a revolution in quantum cryptography?
Yeah, like the potential, if it's really something that we could see as possible, because I know there's arguments for and arguments against, if that could really upend and cause like a new like surge in cryptography, or if it could kill the industry.
I mean, it's already underway. It's already in existence. It's already being tested throughout like the national capital region. Like now, in terms of like getting around it, and like when we say quantum, like that's where it gets a little sticky. I think that there's some misconceptions about it. but to be honest, I've kind of put that on the back burner, just because of what's going on, and NIST has kind of refocused on some other things for some obvious reasons. But if you want to follow the latest with that, I would suggest going to National Institute Standards of Technology.
Sure. I will. Just because, you know, from like a raw physics perspective, it should be able to change at least for some time until, like, you know, some other technology that we can't even possibly think of comes around to blow it up. The idea of like entangled cryptography basically makes things potentially uncrackable. I don't want to speak out of turn here.
Yeah. Oh, it's late. This is
No
a conversation I have with you like during the daytime when my
another time,
my
dude.
brain thinks
Another
about-
time.
I'm like, well, you know what? Beat a one-time pad, bitch.
I'm still on my Vyvanse, and I also have a monster in me, so I'm way hopped up on shit.
Somebody else was just like, I've got some crazy satellite, telecom, math stuff that I came up with. You want to talk about math right now? I'm like, I can't talk about math right now.
Fair.
It's
No worries.
for me, it's just like, well, we'll see.
Yeah. Well, conversation for another time for sure. Because I do think, you know, the technology is really, really interesting, and
Oh, it is. We've progressed a long way with it.
Oh yeah.
It's just practical, there's a bunch of different things to consider there.
Did you see the new Microsoft chip?
Yeah, I did.
What'd you think? Looks pretty cool.
What do you think?
I think it has potential to be something really, really cool the further they develop it. It's obviously only 8 qubits right now, but the idea that they've developed an architecture that could be scaled up to all of these other things, obviously we'll have to see if it actually can, but, you know, the potential of that could be pretty cool.
I agree. This is essentially a fraudulent project. Some scientists are firing shots at Microsoft's recent quantum computing claims. Ooh, PC gamer.
Oh no. Oh well, PC. I don't know.
Yeah, I know.
I don't know. They've made the claims. If it's true that it's scalable, that's awesome. But that's why I said if it's true, right? We'll have to see how it turns out, because what they're claiming as the capabilities are really cool, again, if true, but it's also going to take a really long time for us to know whether they are true or not.
Exactly.
Yeah. Because going from 8 qubits to millions of qubits, there's a long way to go.
Yeah. I'm wondering what is PC gamers beef here though? I imagine I'm sorry, I'm just reading through their article. I imagine what they're here. That's right.
What are they saying?
Hang on. The theorized and apparently new discovered emergent particle, indistinguishable from its antiparticle effect that is supposed to help improve qubit stability. Oh, duh. But Professor explains this is a piece of alleged technology that is based on basic physics that has not been established. So this is a pretty big problem.
Which particle are they talking about?
I'll send it to you.
Cool.
This is I heard about the chip. I didn't really look into it that much, to be quite honest with you, but
I did like a couple cursory reads. and then like the
Yeah, I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you. It's just like, yeah, I mean, I looked over it, but I didn't really pay attention to it that much, to be quite honest. Because I've heard these same claims like multiple times from different manufacturers. So let's see.
Yeah.
Okay,
Let's see.
Here, topological qubit. This leaves one option. It's unreliable. See, there's been a bunch of claims. Yeah, let's see.
An entirely new state of matter. Yeah, I didn't see that part. The chip leverages world's first topoconductor, breakthrough type of material which can observe and control Majorana particles. Oh, that's why they called it Majorana. Oh, yeah, that's right. To produce more reliable and scalable qubits, which are the building blocks for quantum computers, this topoconductor has created an entirely new state of matter. That just might be hyperbole, though.
No, I agree. I understand, but
to the best of my woefully scientifically under-equipped knowledge, Microsoft's new quantum chip supposedly uses Majorana fermions. That's what I thought. I was like, it sounds like a fermion. Kind of theorized an apparently newly discovered emergent particle that's indistinguishable from its antiparticle, a fact that is supposed to help improve qubit stability.
It's like some Clark's Law, if you ask me. I'm just...
Alright, Majorana fermions. Were they confirmed?
Mm-hmm.
Finding to feature Majorana zero modes, the work created a new class of materials called topoconductors, which use topological superconductivity to control hardware-protected topological qubits. Research paper utilized a method to determine fermion parity in a Majorana zero modes in a single shot, validating a necessary ingredient for utility scale topological quantum computation architectures based on measurement. Is this the paper?
Yeah, that's what I'd have to look at.
Yeah, interferometric single shot parity measurement in A's AI hybrid devices. Fusion of. Is there any peer review on it yet? Is the question.
Microsoft next. Microsoft Azure. Microsoft unveils the world's first quantum processor. This 19 February 2025. That's their own advertising.
I have like the actual paper here. I'll send it to you. Hang on.
All right, perfect. Yeah, because there's just all the news is just repeating the same thing. That's good. Let's see what my friends have to say over here about it, though. I mean, I've just been knee deep in like 853 Rev 5, so I just don't get the pleasure of catching up on some of this stuff.
Yeah, I mean, this is also like cool if true, but like, yeah, there's like been so many questions about it.
Yeah, post quantum cryptography. Where are we with all that? It's been a while since I checked in.
Okay.
Cryptographic standard. Okay, so I'm going to send you a link.
In this paper, we demonstrate such a time-resolved measurement, thereby validating a necessary ingredient of topological quantum computation. The measurement technique is based on examining the quantum capacitance, CQ, of a quantum dot coupled to the nanowire in Figure 1, which is right here, and allows determination of the parity in a single shot. We achieve an assignment error probability of 1% for optimal measurement time. That's still pretty high. By itself, this measurement does not unequivocally distinguish between MZMs in the topological phase and fine-tuned low-energy Andreev-bound states in the trivial phase. But it does require the low-energy state to be supported at both ends of the wire and very weakly coupled to other low-energy fermionic states. Moreover, it provides a measurement of the state's energy with single mu electron volts, microelectron volt resolution. These features of the measurement strongly constrain the nature of the low energy state.
Single shot parity measurement. Okay. In AI hybrid devices. That's when you click on metrics. References here.
Oh, this is raw data. I'm not going to be able to understand any of that. Let's see if there's any peer review.
The source of gate sensing measurement of the quantum in as AI hybrid devices using a system architecture that can be adapted to other materials platforms. What's their references here? Because if you look at the author, there's
I was reading that.
I noticed.
That's exactly what I was reading from the paper. That's what I thought. The results in this manuscript do not represent evidence for the presence of Majorana zero modes in the reported devices. That's what I thought the paper was saying. So I don't know why they were claiming that it does.
Because that's what they do. Contributions. The Microsoft Azure Quantum team conceived the technology reported in this article and designed, fabricated, and operated the device and system reported here. All authors wrote and revised the manuscript and the supplementary information. Correspondence. This dude.
That's really annoying. That's like some shit that China would do.
Well, you're on stream, so I don't want to say inappropriate things.
Let me spout off, okay? Let me say stupid shit.
The article's okay. Now, received, okay, accepted on the 22nd of November. Published February 19. Received on the 5th of March. Really? Peer review reports are available. Wow. It's also on Nature, so I'm already suspicious. Not that there's anything wrong with Nature per se.
I mean, you know, to judge the paper on its own merits.
Yeah.
And it sounds like there still needs to be more peer review.
Yeah. That's interesting. Authors and affiliates, I mean, they're all in the Microsoft Azure team, which is the cloud team.
Right.
Let's go to this original listing. Except essential. This is the United States version, huh? Interesting. This data accompanies the publication. Ooh.
The problem with something this, like, physics heavy is it's really difficult to find, like, good interpretations of the actual data.
Well, here, check this out.
Oh,
I mean,
what do you
this is just what was on there. a second. Oh, it didn't. Where did I post that shit?
In general?
Did I?
Yeah.
Well, let me see what the fuck everybody else has to say about it that I care about.
Yeah, I was looking at this, but this is like the raw data, and like I said, like I'm probably not gonna, I didn't open any of these.
No, I'm about to look at that later, but
yeah. But like I without looking at them yet, which I have not, granted, I doubt I'm gonna be able to understand half of the raw data. Well, let me take a look.
I'm just not gonna have the time, to be honest, but let's see. Withdrawn.
There's an H5 file. Oh, I don't have Python on here. This is my gaming computer. I'm not trying to put Python on here.
Yeah, I'm on a phone. I can't look at that kind of stuff from here.
Yeah.
Hang on a second.
Oh, good lord. 13 gigabytes. No. Thank you.
Yeah, they'll have that stuff up on GitHub.
Yeah.
If it's not already there. My device architecture.
ZNoob. This is like a weird get.
I'm not... See, I don't want to speak to this until I read it a little bit more, but it looks like just bullshit, to be quite honest with you.
I don't know if it looks like total bullshit. It looks like there might be some nuggets there that are good, but the articles and the Microsoft releases don't seem to acknowledge some of the things that they're saying in here.
Yeah.
They seem to be... Microsoft seems to be jumping the gun a little bit.
Well, we can imagine why. Okay. This would have to be actually in compliance with a few things for that to actually be acceptable. To get back to you tomorrow about that, but I'm glad you brought that to my attention because it's a good point.
Yeah.
Value and security crystals and the random oracle model. That is the latest.
Yeah, this is what I was saying. Amazon execs are saying the paper they published doesn't demonstrate its claims, which, as far as I can see so far,
I mean,
is what I'm seeing as well.
Yeah, I mean, I just did a cursory glance through it. I'm like,
Yeah, it kind of says it right there in the paper.
Yeah.
It seems to say it suggests that it could be the case, but that they didn't actually demonstrate it.
Lattice base, no. Seeing all the gov pages have been fucked up.
Yeah.
Changing shit. It's annoying as fuck. Let me do this. Publication.
Microsoft is saying that their paper underwent nearly a year of review before publication. That the study
it said like it was submitted in 2022 or whatever.
Outlined our approach, but does not speak to our progress. Spokesperson also said Microsoft had made tremendous progress since then, and that the company's quantum computing work has been validated by DARPA.
Wait, what article? Who's saying that?
I'll send it to you.
Yeah, that would be that would be important.
Microsoft welcomes the debate. I put it in the voice chat. Microsoft welcomes the debate on the experiment and expects the results from ongoing research to answer some of the questions, spokesperson indicated. Discourse and skepticism are all part of the scientific process, the Microsoft spokesperson told courts. Because if this paper is based on something a couple years old, and they've been continuing to do work on this.
So NIST and DARPA has these challenges all the time.
Yeah.
Like, so it might be a part of one of those programs. Like,
this might be, the paper just might not account for the progress that they've made since then, potentially. In which case, we're not really going to see. This is why we're dedicated to the continued open publication of our research so that everyone can build on what others have discovered and learned. Well, you're going to have to show us more. Because right now, what you have shown is not matching up to the claims that you're making. Would release more data supporting its approach in the coming weeks and months. Okay. The peer review file of Microsoft's Nature paper reportedly includes a statement that its results do not, we read that statement, do not provide direct evidence for the existence of Majorana zero modes, exotic particles are theorized to be a foundation for more stable quantum computing, but rather demonstrate findings that might enable fusion experiments using future Majorana zero modes. Yeah. As to Legg's work, Chetan Nayak, who leads Microsoft's quantum computing efforts, indicated that Legg's critique misrepresents the findings of the study. The criticism can be summarized as Legg constructing a false straw man of our paper and then attacking that, but it says it right in the paper.
Yep.
Amazon has made its own advances in the field. A week after Microsoft's announcement, AWS unveiled Ocelot, its first ever quantum computing chip. I did not hear about this.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Company spokesperson told courts that its paper, published in Nature, underwent nearly a year review, blah, blah, blah. But does not speak to our progress.
Cat
The
qubits and
spokesperson
hardware
also said,
efficient error correction. Interesting.
oh, error correction. Yeah,
this is the AWS chip.
That's nothing special.
They designed it specifically for error correction. Really? Oh, I wonder why. It's not as if everybody's trying to design their chip specifically for error correction.
Wait, hold on. The spokesperson also said Microsoft had made tremendous progress since then and that the company's quantum computing work had been validated by DARPA with no link. That's quite a statement.
There is no link. That's true.
Yeah.
They didn't provide any data, but
it just says a spokesperson said something.
Yeah.
This is.
Well, let's see if DARPA said anything.
Yeah, that's what I would. Yeah, look into that. Yeah, and I recognize this Nayak guy.
So this is like less than a week ago that they made this statement. So DARPA probably hasn't said anything yet because it doesn't look like. Hang on. No. This doesn't say that DARPA didn't say in there that it was. But that was in February. It should take longer than that. Ugh, I don't know. It feels like it's too early still. Information's still coming out.
Yeah. Microsoft and PSI Quantum, this is on DARPA's site. DARPA selects 2 discrete utility scale quantum computing approaches for evaluation. Microsoft and PSI Quantum will work with government team to verify and
Are
validate
you
their
looking at the
concepts.
Mary Talk one? The article
No.
in Mary Talk?
No, I'm in DARPA.
Oh, you're in DARPA.
Yeah. Let's see what it's saying here. DARPA selected and is in negotiations with Microsoft PSI and Quantum for validation code design stage of the Underexplored Systems for Utility Scale Quantum Computing Program, one of the two programs that make up DARPA's larger quantum benchmarking initiative. I realize this is before the release of AWS and Azure's. But
For more information on QBI.
yeah, I'm trying to go to their main page for the program.
This is nothing.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see anything here for a while.
I think we're just going to have to wait.
Yeah. Artificial intelligence quantified.
Oh, wow. Buzzwords!
Well, I have not checked the markets. I know that, well, some sectors are going to shit. What happened today?
Today we had
busy all day.
Yeah, today we had inflation cooling a little bit. So, like I mentioned that earlier. So
no, I mean in tech.
Like
what happened with
Nasdaq
Amazon?
is up.
No, I mean with the news of these chips from AWS. Like, what's their stocks looking like? So we want to compare Amazon, Microsoft.
So Microsoft is up today, Amazon is up today, but I feel like right now it's not like a good reflection of stuff because there's so many external things affecting stock prices.
No, I'm just curious.
Yeah, they're all up today, but the Nasdaq in general had a good day off of the inflation report. So yeah, I really don't know if we can get a good idea of how these are affecting things from stock performance right now.
Oh, there's some fuckery going on. Oh boy. Yeah.
What are you looking at?
Oh, there's gonna be people are making money.
Mm-hmm. It's how it always goes with these crazy stock movements.
Wait, what? UK drops antitrust probe into Microsoft and OpenAI. Right.
Why?
I don't know. Close tab.
Tesla's lost like half of their value since December. It's pretty crazy.
What was it? What was it in December?
Here.
What was it high? Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm on my phone. Sorry for me to switch around.
No worries. So in December 17th, it was 479.86.
Mm-hmm.
And today it's 248.09.
Sounds about right.
Just above halfway. It's crazy. It's crazy that, like, you know, a guy like Elon, who, by the way, still the richest guy in the world, he has a day like, you know, like a bad day, and he, like, loses, like, $10 billion, and he's still chilling. And it's just wild to think about how that much money can just get wiped out from his value when, you know, people are living the way they're living in general.
Yeah.
It's just wild to think about.
Yeah. Yeah, we've been seeing a lot more people being let go and just internal things in the Beltway, you know.
You saw what's going on with the Department of Education?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there's other
I
things
didn't
going
get
on
to
too.
talk about that tonight. We got so into other stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it sounded like you guys were talking about just basically, pissing off the world and how are we going to reconcile that?
Yeah.
Don't think there's a singular answer there.
No. I mean, I certainly wasn't saying there was a singular answer.
So what was Candy saying? What was
Candy was
what was
saying
the argument?
it's like we've done permanent damage and it's impossible to fix it, like, ever. And I was like,
No.
no. I mean, it's not necessarily going to be easy, but there are definitely paths to making it better. And then that's kind of where Daniel and I
Making what better?
or improving our trust with our allies again.
If that's a priority, yes.
Well, that depends on who's in charge.
Exactly.
Yeah. That's kind of the point. That's kind of the big thing we were talking about. Is like it totally hinges on like who's in charge and what direction we try to do things. And yeah, but and Candy was likening it to like someone fucks you over in like a personal relationship, and I was like, it's so much bigger than that. Like,
yeah,
you get different leaders who come in, generations go by, decades go by, relationships change. It's not simple like it's not as simple
also,
as like
I mean, remember what we see on TV is not like
not the reality.
Yeah, like I mean, everybody saw the Zelensky fight, right?
Yeah.
What I don't know that most people saw was like what happened immediately before that, or what had been going on like the previous half an hour that led up to that, which was really interesting.
Yeah, that was like
because that basically
totally normal,
that was on the tail end of
interaction.
Poland. Yeah, Poland was talking like they're talking with Poland, and yeah. It wasn't exactly the way it was portrayed, at least as far as I could tell. Some of the clips, and these are like local reporters in DC, who have like press access and things like that. So like they usually like sell their videos and photography to like the bigger your APs and things like that. But when you get kind of like those different angles and like different shots and stuff like that, it kind of paints it differently. It's almost like you've been in the Oval Office and things like that.
Yeah.
It's just kind of funny, like when you explain stuff, it's just like, yeah, man, the press room's a clusterfuck.
Yeah.
It sucks. It sucks in there, big time. I think even Daniel brought that up, like, Biden was never in there. I'm like, I don't blame him. This shit sucks.
Yeah, he's an old dude. Like, why do you wouldn't want to go in there? It's
so
fucking
goddamn
crazy.
cramped and uncomfortable.
Yeah.
So when you take all the video filters off and stuff like that, like you get like a different, noticing just all the different behaviors and like things that are like cut out.
For sure. I mean, then, people, they talk a lot about Trump, but it seemed like Vance was trying to. I don't know what he was trying to do. Going back and forth.
Vance. I think like he was like doing I'm back, like backing my teammate up, brew. Kind of,
yeah,
like he just
but it was like nobody was asking
that.
him to do it in that moment, right? Like it's like, what are you doing?
The whole time I was just watching Rubio. I was like, I'm so
Rubio looked like he was like,
48
what am I
hours.
doing
You could tell
here?
he was just like, I've been doing this shit forever and whatever.
I could like see Rubio's soul leave his body.
Yeah, he just saw it. He was just motionless. Like, I'm so fucking tired. Like, I like Rubio. Like, I don't have a problem.
Oh, I'm dude, of course. I mean,
he probably just got back from where, he's been traveling around and shit.
From wherever he is, and now he's like, historically he's been obviously very strong on Putin and pretty strong in favor of Ukraine.
Well, he's been on the national, like he does the the National Defense Authorization. Like he's been on the, committees and stuff like that. So, I've been following it. Like he's pretty solid, like respect. I'm not talking about his politics outside of that.
No, but like, he also knows what goes into like approving the money and all the stuff, and then he's listening to Trump.
This is why somebody like, Rubio, I'm like, he's fine because I'm like, at
he's
least like
just
from
sitting
what I've
there
read,
in the room listening to Trump say the stuff he's saying, and he's probably just like, I just can't even deal with this right now. Oh
I have
goodness.
to say they put Zelensky on what was it, Fox or whatever,
Yeah,
and I
afterwards
was
with
like,
Brett
ah, here
Baer, I
they
think
go.
it was.
Yeah.
That was an interesting interview. We've got ourselves a well, we'll see what happens with Russia. Ukraine's agreed to the ceasefire. 30-day.
Yeah, for now.
Um,
A lot of cybercrime, a lot of cybersecurity issues going on.
yeah. No surprise there, though.
Nope. We'll see what happens with the NATO stuff.
The NATO stuff, man. Steele is like, I can tell, like, his excitement for the end of NATO is thinly veiled.
I'm not gonna speak for him, but yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, you know, he and I have talked about NATO before. But, yeah, I can tell he's just like, please, end that shit.
Yeah. Well, we've had other issues with shipping, operational readiness, global shipping. Maritime's like a huge concern for me. I mean, so
Yeah.
you know, again, operational readiness is a big
Especially,
problem.
like, around, you know, the eastern coast of Africa, the Red Sea. China Sea.
Panama Canal.
Panama Canal.
And then basically all over South China Sea. Australia.
Oh, yeah. They were doing those
They're having some issues.
exercises in between Australia and New Zealand.
Yep. Big problem.
They're getting bold.
It's not good.
No, ma'am.
Also, their fishing is just out of control right now.
Oh, I was talking about that on my stream the
So,
other
like,
day.
they're all, you know how like Argentina's been out there just all day, all
I was
night.
talking about that on my stream.
You can see the city like on the horizon, and
Yes,
holy,
dude.
and they even took space station photos.
We've been watching.
Of this,
I already know we watched the same video. I already know.
And it's just like, and I know this has been, you know, this has been going on for a long time, but it's just like, you know, and it's like, holy shit.
Yeah. For sure. But, you know, one thing that's probably good about Milei is he's going to have no, you know, no compunction about doing something about it if he has to.
Yeah. It's just hard. I mean, they do this in the Galapagos. They do this in a lot of sensitive areas and all over the place. And they just turn off the transmitter. They turn off the transmitter.
I mean, like, they don't care. It's someone else's problem.
Well, yeah, and then you just see all the dredging, you know, in general.
Yeah.
I mean, so it just, it's really bad.
Yeah.
It's really bad. I even saw, like, DOJ had put out maybe 3 or 4 weeks ago a commercial, not commercial, but a dive operation. That just takes divers out. Had been stealing shark tags, signed Noah's shark tags off of sharks, and finning them. I'm like, what the fuck? Are you serious?
Well, now that Noah's getting defunded.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
that's gotta hurt you. You got. I mean, like, I know
Noah,
how much you care about the ocean. That's really gotta be like. I mean, like, I'm bothered by it, but you must be pretty upset on that one.
We got more than just Noah, but I mean, it's unfortunate. Said NIH has taken a lot of hits too.
Yeah.
Like massive hits.
Oh boy.
And then we passed a weekly CR. Lame. What's happened?
And then I guess, yeah, so I guess right now it's looking like it's going to be tough to pass a resolution to fund the government.
Let's see here.
That's coming up.
Yeah. I mean, we're used to those. It's just, well, a little different with the characters we have.
Yep. Indeed.
Now, Steelman it. Make arguments in favor for what they're doing.
For what? Who's doing?
The administration.
In what respect?
Any respect.
I mean, there seems to be this idea that tariffs are going to force American companies to start manufacturing goods themselves here instead of going overseas for it.
Nothing new.
No, nothing new. God, I'm so tempted to just argue why that's not the case, but I'm trying to be, do a realistic.
It sounds
Steelman.
more inflammatory than it has been in the past, but
yeah, for sure. I also think the tariffs themselves, like, if you want to do that, right? You there's ways to like target the tariffs to do that.
Yeah.
I'm not so sure that we're doing that, but that's kind of the idea for that.
What do you think about like basically isn't the gist that they're trying to make everything more transparent?
Yeah, so that's like the stated goal. I'm not so sure it's actually playing out that way.
Yeah.
But that's the stated goal.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's the idea, is like, okay, we're going to make everything more transparent, let you guys know what's going on in the government. How they're going about it is interesting. The idea being that they want to sweep through quickly and clean up, quote, waste, fraud, and abuse before anybody has the chance to stop them from doing it.
Yeah.
And that's the Steelman.
Yeah.
I just don't think any of that's really happening. I think we're seeing a lot of targeting of organizations that, let's just say there's a bit of a conflict of interest involved.
Yeah.
We're definitely seeing the sort of eschewing of legal norms, using the term norms very loosely, in place of the word laws in the Constitution. But also, like, so far, the courts have been doing a decent job of reining in certain things.
Yeah.
And, to an extent, maybe not as much as we'd like, but to an extent, they're following court orders.
Yeah.
So, yeah. We'll continue to
Well,
see
I
what
mean, you
happens.
seem to have been a lot more relaxed about it. I think you've been more focused.
Yeah,
Which
I
is a
mean,
good
I'm just
thing.
like, there's so...
What I find with a lot of people is that it's an information hose, right? It's a fire hose.
I feel like I have to be
And
relaxed.
yeah, because everybody, and then especially from the perspective of DMV, it's just like,
Oh yeah, I'm at least like a little
there's a
removed
lot of
from
things
the. Yeah.
that just aren't said, and it's just like everybody needs to just take a deep breath.
And like, you don't have to like. You don't have to like be like, oh yeah, everything's okay, right? Like you don't have to lie to
Yeah,
yourself,
exactly.
but like, stay calm, right? Evaluate things realistically, bit by bit, and just deal with that, right? Because there's only so much we can really do.
Exactly. It's very easy to get pissed off about a lot of things,
That's
obviously.
that's one of the things like I get into it with Candy about a lot. It's like she gets really really upset. She's like, I see the writing on the wall, everything's falling down, whereas I'm more of like, well, I don't know, here are all of these different potential outcomes. These are the ones I think are most likely, these are the ones I think are less likely. And I think that's just sort of like a healthier way to look at things.
Didn't she say she came from a military family?
I think she might have said that, yeah.
Huh. Yeah.
I mean, not everybody like has the same
No,
experience.
that doesn't necessarily. Yeah, I get that, but.
And also, like there's plenty of people with like military backgrounds who have had all these different ways of looking at things, right?
Yeah.
Because the way people get their news and their information is completely fucked.
Yeah.
That's really gonna inform how you react to things.
Well, like, get this, I mean, this last, handful of days, maybe this last week, they've been jackhammering up the BLM Plaza. I don't know why.
Oh, where they have the BLM on the...
Yeah.
Probably so they can be like, look, we removed it.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what the reasoning was. You saw it, one of the local reporters was just filming it as he was walking by. I'm like, oh, well, this is gonna piss off some people.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, that's bad. And, like, morally probably not great, but, like, I'm not super focused on that right now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, so that was part of the thing in the T-Jump server. Black Lives Matter.
Oh, yeah, I want to talk to you about that. So let me go ahead and end the stream, and then you can tell me about what happened with T-Jump.
Goodbye, everybody.
Thank you so much, everybody,
More about
for tuning in.
post-quantum cryptography and other things.
Yeah, you got to see a little bit of my nerdy side. A lot of fun shit. I will, of course, be back on Friday, hopefully not tired after a day of jury duty. Tomorrow, I will find out if I have to go in on Friday, and if not, got away without having to go to jury duty, even though I got a summons. Hey, fun shit.
Hey, nice.
Everybody have a lovely night. Bye.